Hey everyone, we're going to go ahead and get started here in a minute. You got about 30 seconds to find your place and we'll get started. So we'll give everybody a chance to get settled. Okay, welcome to City Council work session. We'll go ahead and get started and we'll start off. There are no information items that I'm aware of right now, but our first item on the agenda is a discussion about Justice Court, and Jim Peters has that prepared for us.
Welcome. We're very glad that you could make time and come down for us today.
Yeah, turn the mic on.
There you go.
Thanks. All right, well, good afternoon, everyone, and thanks again for having me. I just really appreciate the opportunity to come and meet with you for a few minutes. I've had several discussions with Finn. I know Ben from other contexts, and it's exciting to talk about justice courts. This is a little bit new for me in that typically when I meet with the city council, it's because they're in between judges and I'm explaining the process for hiring a new judge, or they're considering closing their justice court. And they want to know how that works. And truth be told, Utah has well over 100 justice courts. I'm not sure that we need 100 justice courts in Utah. And so that's a conversation that I've been having a lot. I haven't had a conversation yet with someone that wants to open a justice court. With one exception, several years ago, Mona down south was interested in opening a justice court. And so we talked through that process. And part of that is getting approval from the Judicial Council. And they went that far, and ultimately they were denied the opportunity to open a justice court. Mona lies just 7 miles north of Nephi. That's where people go to school. That's where they do their grocery shopping. That's where they see their movies. And so the Judicial Council decided, well, then that's where they can go to justice court as well. But this is a different conversation today. And I want to leave plenty of time for any questions that you may have, because I'm only just guessing at what your questions might be and what you're interested in finding out. So I've got a few slides prepared here that we'll run through quickly, and then, like I say, whatever discussion you want to have. So the idea would be, I've already introduced myself. I'm actually here with Bryce Hanson as well. He's on my team at the Administrative Office of the Courts. He's the Justice Court Education Director. But then I want to jump into 3 or 4 options that Eagle Mountain has with regard to a justice court. And then, like I say, we'll finish off with discussion after that. So right now, Eagle Mountain does not have its own justice court. And anytime a municipality doesn't have a justice court, any of the cases that originate in that jurisdiction automatically go to the county justice court, and that's the case with Eagle Mountain right now. So Eagle Mountain could explore the idea of creating its own justice court. It could also interlocal with another city that's already running a justice court. And in your case, what makes the most sense would either be Saratoga Springs or Lehigh. There's a third option that I've never seen done before, but it's on the books, and in theory it could be done, and it might make a lot of sense in this case, and that would be for Utah County to create a precinct, so that rather than people that have justice court business going clear into Provo to deal with the Utah County Justice Court, there would actually be a precinct created that would capture at least Eagle Mountain and maybe Cedar Fort as well. So it'd still be a part of the Utah County Justice Court, but the jurisdiction would be limited to this area. And then, of course, the fourth option would be to do nothing and just keep running things the way that it's working right now. So let me run through in a little bit more detail each one of these. And like I say, if you have questions along the way, by all means, please.
Jim, can I just ask a question? So I'm just thinking about that precinct idea. What would be the benefits to a neighboring city to join in that desire to do a precinct? Because we can do an interlocal, I understand that part of it. If they wanted to do a precinct, is there a financial benefit to them to have a precinct rather than have their own justice court in their city?
Well, and it's hard to say because ultimately, and a precinct would likely entail an interlocal agreement as well. I don't know that Utah County with their 2 judges would send one of them up here to hold court, or if they'd say, look, you guys hire the judge, it'll be a Utah County judge, but it'll service Eagle Mountain exclusively, and you're on the hook for the salary. The terms of the financial terms, expenses, revenues, all that falls to the parties. And so it just comes to the terms of the interlocal agreement. The only way I get involved is because jurisdiction right now is vested with Utah County for it to come to Saratoga Springs or Lehigh or Eagle Mountain, something like that. That's where the Judicial Council has to get involved.
My understanding is that one of the issues is they're just not there every day and you're paying a salary to them. So I'm assuming you'd be splitting days to do Eagle Mountain business, Saratoga Springs business, Lehigh, however you decide to set that up. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, that's probably right.
So basically you could share the salary of the individual judge and whatever, like probably a bailiff and whoever else is involved in that. And then you have a certain day that you have all of your business seen. Is that how you see that?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Thanks.
Okay, so let's delve into the idea of creating a justice court. That would be option number 1. And like I say, the statute says that Eagle Mountain can create a justice court. And this gets a little bit tricky because depending on what your population is, one statute applies versus another. And you know this better than I do, but the threshold for going from a Class 3 city to a Class 2 city is 65,000 people. I think you've probably exceeded that at this point, but the official stats don't bear that out yet. I mean, we're working off a 2020 census. So if you're a Class 3 city or smaller, then you have to demonstrate the need for a justice court. If you're a Class 1 or Class 2 city, not so much. But I'll run through all of this just in case, and it kind of gives you an idea. Whether you're bound by this statutory framework or not, it still gives you a good analysis for deciding whether or not it makes sense to open one yourself. So you demonstrate a need for a justice court, you'd inform the Judicial Council that you're interested in doing that, and then there's operating requirements that apply that you'd have to demonstrate that you can comply with those. So the way the statute talks about demonstrating a need for a justice court, it lists several factors. It talks about population, and again, whatever the number is with Eagle Mountain at the moment, I mean, you're 13th, 14th largest city in the entire state. And as I looked at the ones that are bigger than you, at least 11 of those 13 cities already have a justice court. So in terms of providing a service to your residents, that's something that cuts in your favor in terms of what the Judicial Council would be looking at. So you've got a big population center out here, and they're all driving down to Provo to do their business with the Utah County Justice Court at the moment. And at 5 o'clock this morning, Google said that was a 47-minute drive. So it's a long ways away from here. And it might make sense one way or the other to bring that service closer to home. Case filings is a little bit tricky. Like dealing with the 2020 census, I think we're probably dealing with old data here, and I'll jump into this here in a minute. But as we ran the numbers, it looked like there really weren't going to be more than about 15 cases per month. And that's based on looking back 3 years and the average number of cases that came along in domestic violence and DUIs, There were 0 small claims cases. There's other misdemeanors, but see, as the retail comes along, you're gonna run into more and more theft and some of those other types of charges. But at the moment, based on the best information that we have, you're looking at about 15 case filings per month. So that one doesn't cut in your favor. That's where the Judicial Council would say, well, I mean, Mona had more cases than that, and we told them no. Let's see. Public convenience is one that we've already talked about. And there's 2 ways of thinking about this. Depending on the nature of the business that somebody has with a justice court, if they're a defendant, then maybe you don't feel too bad if they have to drive clear into Provo to face their charges. But regardless, the idea of having that institution in your community might be something that merits having something here closer than Provo City. And of course, the statute refers to the availability of law enforcement and court support services. I don't think that's an issue one way or the other here. Proximity to other courts. Saratoga Springs is about 9 miles from here. Lehigh Justice Court's about 13 miles from here. That's pretty neutral either way. And any other special circumstances. So this would kind of be the case that we'd want to go to the Judicial Council to make for saying, look, I know that statewide we're looking to consolidate justice courts, but given the fact that Eagle Mountain has 60,000 plus, 70, 80, whatever it is, and they're having to drive 30 miles to get to a justice court, that's kind of ridiculous. And that's the conversation that we'd have with the Judicial Council. Talks about filing a written declaration, and the statute spells out how that works. It says that you'd have to do that before July 1 year before you wanted to start operating a justice court. But then it also says we can shorten that time frame if we're ready to go sooner. So don't worry too much about that. We can probably get it up and running when everybody's ready to go in terms of the written declaration. And then the applicable operating standards is a little bit tricky as well, but that's basically, think of it as a franchise maybe. If you wanted to open a McDonald's, you know that you're looking at a Playland, you know that you need to get yourself a pair of golden arches, and you need to have the McFlurry on the menu. I mean, there's just certain expectations that you would have if you were going to run a McDonald's, and the court system's similar in that regard, in that we have all these operating standards so that when people have that experience with the court, it's similar to what they would have down the street or across the state. Operating standards are lengthy. Some apply to all justice courts, regardless of the volume of cases that they do, but others depend on how big or small the court is. And if a court's running full-time, then we would expect that they would have a dedicated courtroom. If a court's smaller, then it could be used, this could be the courtroom, the council chambers, and that's often the case in other places. So based on the filing count that I mentioned a few minutes ago, at 185 cases a year, we're way below 60 cases per month, so you'd be a Class 4 court. But as the population grows, as law enforcement does more, as more cases come in, there's the potential of going from a Class 4 to a Class 3 and on up. And the expectations for the bigger courts vary. They increase. So I'll just give you a sampling.
And Jim, could I interrupt really quick?
Yes, yes.
I think it would be fair to say too that the number of cases is arbitrarily low for our area because our law enforcement is only referring out the higher level cases to Utah County because it is such a distance to travel. And I think our council is really concerned about the fact that we want to start enforcing lower level issues and infractions and misdemeanors and whatnot that aren't being prosecuted today, hence the desire to have a court in the first place. So I think our case filing is not really indicative of what's happening out here.
Understood. No, and I assumed as much, especially with the retail that's coming in. And so what we do is, even though on paper it looks like you'd be a Class 4 court to start, we'd want to look at the higher standards and make sure that you were ready to go with those, because as soon as the data starts flowing in, you'd be elevated to that anyway. These were the case numbers I was referring to earlier, and like you say, surely that they would go up, depending, and it is largely a function of law enforcement for sure. But based on this, you'd be looking at a Class 4 court. Class 3 might be more realistic once we get better data. But on that basis, you've got statutory standards that every court has to comply with, and then the Judicial Council has added additional standards on top of that. And again, just a few examples would include statute requires that court be open daily. So even though it might only be 1 day a week, the public still needs to have access to the clerk every day of the week. Judicial compensation is something that's statutorily based. Based on those filing numbers that I showed you a slide ago, and the statutory range that's in place right now, judicial compensation would be $6,000 or $7,000 a year.
Jim, just a quick question about that. First, when court is open daily, is that essentially like having a clerk or somebody for them to be able to, not necessarily like the courtroom, just a
Right.
clerk for them to, okay.
Yeah. On a Class 4 court, the actual hearings that have to be provided once a month. Now, as a service to the public, it might be that you do it more often than that, and it depends, again, on prosecutors, defense attorneys. Some will have more trials, some will settle. So it just depends on kind of what's needed, but the minimum would be that hearings are held at least once a month. That's different, though, than a public having access to a clerk to make filings or make payments. That's a daily thing per the statute. But see, then when we get over to the Judicial Council standards, a Class 4 court only has to do that 1 hour a day. So you can see that there's that difference between all courts and the smaller courts. And of course, the statute says that we need prosecutors, we need defense attorneys, we need security, and we need clerical personnel to run a court. Other examples of a Judicial Council standard would be the courtroom furnishings. It has to look like a courtroom. And again, this would more than suffice. And one thing that isn't on the books yet, but it's coming, and so it's just something to be aware of, is that, and you hear about it, we just had a judge in Indiana that was shot within the last day or two. And so security is becoming a really big issue, and with courts as much as anything. So we anticipate that a standard will be coming along in the next several months that requires a bailiff to be present as long as the hearings are open to the public. If it's a hearing that's strictly over WebEx, and the judge and the clerk and everybody and the parties are all secure in some place that's remote from one another, then that wouldn't be necessary. But if it's open to the public, then a bailiff has to be present. And that's what you'd come to expect from a district court hearing anyway, is it's kind of part of having court look like court. So let's see. That's pretty much it for creating your own justice court. So if there's questions about that, now would be a good time, but otherwise I'll move on to the idea of doing an interlocal.
When you're talking about gathering the data to demonstrate the need, would the call volume that we have suffice? Because not everything gets referred to like the court, but if deputies are going out because there's people operating electric vehicles on sidewalks or trails, and that's illegal, would you be able to look at that data in addition to the stuff you gave us?
Yeah, anything that we can quantify is very persuasive. Like I say, the distance from here to Provo City, I think, is very persuasive. Your population's very persuasive. And like Mr. Reeves was saying, I mean, any data that we do have is surely underreported because law enforcement only has so much bandwidth right now. Okay. And so I think that cuts in your favor as well. It definitely wouldn't hurt to add that to the mix.
Does a bailiff have to be like a sworn officer, like post, or can they just be someone who's more like a security guard?
Well, they at least they have to be post certified.
Okay.
That doesn't mean that everybody is using city police departments or even the sheriff's deputies. A lot of them will hire out constables. Not ideal, frankly, but it works.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just curious about the WebEx option that you discussed. Is there a requirement to actually have in-court or in-facility proceedings for the Justice Court, or can it all be conducted over WebEx?
You know, that has been a controversy since COVID, right? Because when COVID hit and everything had to shut down, we had no choice but to do everything over WebEx. And it was really slick in some ways, and it was really just not the same in other ways. I'm sure we've all heard stories about people, I mean, our judges still tell stories about people doing their hearing on their cell phone while driving down the street, or they're in their bedroom smoking a cigarette, and I mean, just the demeanor has just completely dropped through the floor. And to some extent, a court's going to be as effective as the demeanor and the experiences. And so people will argue that in person is so much better. And the balance that they've struck now is, if we're looking at an evidentiary hearing where we've impaneled a jury or evidence is coming in, it's just so much better to do that in person than try to do it over WebEx. And if someone's being sentenced, that has much more of an impact if someone's being sentenced in person. If it's an arraignment where they're pleading guilty, not guilty, or we're just rescheduling something, then by all means, for the convenience of the parties. The rule that we've got right now allows the court to establish a default manner of appearance. But if any one of the parties wants to do it the other way, then they can ask for that. So not necessarily granted, but absent a showing of good cause, I mean, why not? So there's a balance that we've struck, and it has to do with these competing concerns about what's actually impactful on the parties versus what's in the best interest of everyone's costs and efficiency and convenience. We talked a little bit about the interlocal option, and that would be, you look to a neighboring jurisdiction that's already running a justice court, Lehigh, Saratoga Springs, and you work out the business terms among the parties. Again, the judicial council only gets involved to the extent that Saratoga Springs doesn't have jurisdiction over cases that arise in Eagle Mountain. But the judicial council can make that change as long as it all makes sense to everybody. So the interlocal agreement's approved by both parties, and we take those resolutions to the council and say, look, everyone wants to do this, and this is why it makes sense. And so the existing court gets an expanded jurisdiction that would include Eagle Mountain. And then they have the authority to adjudicate the cases that arise not only in their city, but in yours as well. Option number 3 is sort of happening in Beaver. I can't think of anywhere else where it is, but we have justice courts in Beaver, Minersville, and Milford, and they're all county justice courts. But they've got the 3 locations because those are 3 very distinct communities down there, and that's how they wanted to do it. Nowhere else is it happening. I think it might make sense if the other 2 options, if you run into challenges with those, then I think it'd be worth exploring this one. But it'd be a conversation with the county to see what it would take for them to have a specialized justice court location up here so that people didn't have to travel clear down there. So the statute allows for it. A county can operate within a single precinct, or it can divide into multiple precincts to create county justice courts for public convenience. So to me, it sounds like something that might be worth pursuing in this case. And then, like I say, the other option is to just keep doing what you've been doing. It might be that as you explore these other 3 options, there's reasons where it just doesn't make sense, or you can't find someone to interlocal with, or whatever the barrier might be. In which case you can keep going as you have been until such time as you want to open up your own justice court and things are different so that it makes more sense maybe later on. So that's it for me, but what questions do you have, or what research can I do on your behalf back at my office that would give you some more information that might be helpful?
So one of the questions, and I'm just operating off of some short conversations with Saratoga Springs City Manager Mark Christensen, that there are certain requirements if you do a justice court of your own that we'd have to set up here in the building that would be like metal detectors, things of that nature that are cost, if we were going to use this here, that we'd have to kind of figure in with the cost of a prosecutor, judge, bailiff, et cetera. Is that the case? Is that
Yeah,
true?
that goes back to those operating standards where security factors in. Like I say, the requirement to have a bailiff present for all hearings open to the public isn't on the books yet, but it might be coming. Short of that, you'd still need a bailiff to screen people as they come in, even if they're not going to stay here for the hearings.
So
Screening,
if we did that here, then that would require the entire building to become a secure building. Is that correct?
well, I've seen it done that way, but I've also seen it done where people, as they enter the council chambers, they'd be screened here at these doors.
Okay. That's good to know.
So again, I mean, security is a tricky thing, and the more effective it is, the less convenient it is, and there's that cost, what am I trying to say?
Comparison.
Yeah. The more you spend, the more effective, and then the less money you have, but the safer everyone is. And you just got to strike a balance, just like you can insure yourself right into bankruptcy, right? So security works the same way. We'd have some minimal standards, of course, but you could go above and beyond that. Some people have duress alarms at the bench, and others don't, and it just all depends.
So what would be the next step? And maybe this is more of a city manager question, but if we determine that we want to at least start pursuing one or multiple options to find out what we land on, what happens next? What's the process? Just the application and writing a letter of need?
Yeah, ultimately, I'm the one that'll take it through the Judicial Council.
Okay.
Any one of you would be more than welcome to join me up there, or if you trust me to represent your interests, I can do that. But we take it through the Judicial Council. There are those kind of statutory timeframes where we're looking at 1 year out or 2 years out, but then there's the one that says, oh, well, or we can shorten that. So it just kind of depends on when you're ready to go and what option you're looking to pursue. And we just go have a conversation with the Judicial Council to get their reaction and kind of see where everybody lands.
Is there a way for us to determine what the fiscal impact is of the different options? Like, do you guys have any information about that? Like, how much it costs to employ the judge for that, bailiff, any of those kinds of things? Or is that something staff just needs to do an analysis with?
Your best source for that is going to be the Lehigh and Saratoga Springs courts that's already been doing it. I mean, I can give you the information on the judge's salary based on the workload, because that part's statutory. Everything else depends on what vendors you use and what efficiencies you can gain and just how you decide to work it between the parties.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. I think if that's all the questions, I appreciate the time.
Okay, you're welcome.
Thanks. And I think really, Ben, if you want to clarify why this comes about, it's things like code enforcement. They can write a citation, but there's nowhere to prosecute that, right? It's because it's not a,
It can go to the county justice court today. The council can also look at an administrative law judge option for some of those lesser infractions as well.
yeah.
And I should say that the administrative law judge and the justice court don't cross over. One is one thing and one is the other. So you don't need to open a justice court, and in fact, it would do you no good if your approach were to be administrative law judge with the, that sort of an approach to code enforcement. Although the justice court does do small claims cases, it's primarily a criminal court. So it kind of depends on the problem that you're looking to solve too, so.
Right. The administrative law judge is not a criminal court.
Correct.
It is just a civil prosecution.
Yeah. So anything else you want to add on that one? Okay. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, the next presentation we have is an energy project from Meta in coordination with Williams Senior Project Management, Andrew Johns.
Yeah, we're excited to have Williams Companies with us today. Back on October 21st, 2024, council approved a development agreement with Stadion to allow for certain types of energy sources to potentially help facilitate an expansion at Meta. Meta's been a really good partner, and they are looking to expand to the south. And so Williams is here to talk about a project, Project Aquila. This is a behind the meter type of project, and so I'll let our guest here from Williams, Jimmy, take it away. So.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks for the opportunity to be here today. My name is Jimmy Hammondry with Williams. I'm the Government Affairs Director for Utah, and I'm joined by some other Williams team members here in case you guys have questions that I can't answer. I'm a lowly government affairs guy, so I don't have all the details in my head, but we definitely have the experts here in the room if you have questions that I can't answer for you. For those of you not familiar with Williams, I thought I'd give a little bit of background. We were founded in 1908. We've been around a very long time. Our business is moving natural gas. We've become a premier natural gas pipeline company, getting gas to where it's needed around the U.S. in an innovative and responsible way. Williams moves about a third of the natural gas in the U.S. every day, and we do that via our transmission systems, our gathering systems, gas processing, and we also have storage capacity on our pipeline systems. And as you can see, Utah lies squarely in the heart of our western interstate assets, and it's a very important location for us to be able to get gas to the western markets where it's needed. Specifically in Utah, Williams has a regional office in downtown Salt Lake City with about 150 people. We're still growing. Overall, in the state of Utah, we have over 200 people here in the state. We also have 4 regional field offices around other parts of the state that support our operations. About 1,200 miles of pipeline in Utah. We've been here for about 60 years, quietly moving gas around the state. We have about a $37 million annual economic impact to the state. We have 2 interstate pipeline systems in Utah. The Northwest Pipeline System, it's a bidirectional 4,000-mile pipeline system that starts in Colorado and winds through Wyoming, Utah, Idaho, and the Pacific Northwest. And then we also have Mountain West Pipeline, which is about a 2,000-mile pipeline system that serves Utah, Colorado, and Wyoming. Some of you may know that as the former Questar pipeline. We acquired that several years back and own and operate that now as well. And between these 2 pipeline systems, we can serve every major market in the western U.S. So it's a very, very great asset for the state of Utah for Williams. So the project, as Brandon mentioned, Project Aquila, and wanted to brief you guys on that today. It is our customers asked us to provide a power solution to give them 286 megawatts of power beginning in 2027. And so Williams has designed a behind-the-meter, fully islanded natural gas generation solution to that. We're very excited about the project. As far as we can tell, we are the first project to use the SB 132 process that was put into place in the last legislative session to allow for behind-the-meter power generation. And we're excited to be doing that here in Eagle Mountain. We think it's a great opportunity to do it here. Our solution for the customer involves 3 components. Number 1 is a power generation facility that's located on their site. And then two pipeline service laterals. One is about a 19-mile pipeline that connects from our Mountain West Pipeline to the south. You can see that on the map. and then a second service pipeline that connects from the Kern River pipeline over to the facility as well. So we're located within the existing tech campus there that's got the regional technology and industry zoning, includes multiple digital infrastructure companies. Our customer got an MDA or development agreement approved last year, and that also applies to our facility. You can see on the map, the black rectangle at the bottom of the image is their existing facility. The green rectangle is where they are expanding, and then the yellow dot in the southeast corner is where our facility will be on the customer's property there. So, as I mentioned, we've got the RTI zoning, the development agreement, the underlying zoning of ag, and so we've been working through designing our facility, and we've identified a few considerations that aren't quite allowed for in all of the situations. So, we will be proposing either an amendment to the development agreement or a new development agreement to cover those, rather than trying to get variances for several things with city permitting processes. And so I'll go over a few of those things with you today, just not asking for approval, just kind of want to let you know the types of things we'll be asking for. So the first is with regard to noise, and there's a graphic at the bottom of this slide that provides some examples of noise sources that you know and how those relate to different decibel ranges. So just keep those in mind, particularly that 70 to 75 decibel range there. With the 70 being the noise inside of a car going 60 miles on a highway, 75 being a vacuum cleaner, sitting next to a vacuum cleaner. So currently, the City of Eagle Mountain's noise standard is 65 decibels at the property line. And so for Williams to comply with that, we would have to construct a 30-foot concrete wall around our facility. And this is just a generic graphic to kind of illustrate what that might look like, but the sound wall in this graphic's 20 feet, so it would have to be even higher than that to get to the 65 decibel level. And I think city staff and Williams agree that's not really in anyone's best interest to have that massive concrete structure there. And so we've done some noise modeling at our facility to determine what the actual noise values would be. And so this map shows, you can see there's a chart in the lower left with that shows the sound values at each of those yellow dots on the map. And generally, in this model, we're between 60 and 72 decibels at the property line. And our modeling runs have shown that we could be as high as 75. The ambient temperature kind of depends. It has an effect on the decibel level. The higher the temperature, the higher the decibel levels, but not much. And so,
Can you just help
Yes.
me understand, does that, and that's with the 20-foot wall in place or not?
this is with an 8-foot fence or an 8-foot wall
Okay.
here, yeah. So with a 20-foot wall, it would be somewhere in the upper 60s or 70-ish. You really don't make a significant impact on that until you get to the 20, 30-foot height on the wall. And so you'll notice the 75, the red line, is really clustered around the equipment itself. At the property line, we are generally below that 75 level. And so one thing that we will be requesting is a slight increase to the allowable noise level at the site, given that it is an industrial area. And if it was increased to 75 at the property line, 75 decibels at the property line, that would be consistent with industrial noise ordinances in other communities in the area. And so just wanted to kind of put that out there for your consideration and thought. But that's likely something we'll be requesting in our development agreement. Any questions on the noise?
Yeah, just one question. So the PBS line, so that line, how far at its greatest width, do you know how many feet that's off from the property line? Because I don't see like anything in the map here to indicate how the distance those lines are away.
There's a scale at the bottom. It looks like that is the 65 decibel level line.
Right.
Yeah,
Do you know how far that away is at the greatest distance?
looks like maybe 0.7 miles or so, and then where it bows out at the top.
Any other questions or feedback on this?
Just a question on, so building a natural gas power plant, what kind of, because I know there's the variety that uses a lot of water, shoots steam up into the air. Is that the variety you're talking about?
No, we have turbines with evaporative cooling, and so you won't see any visible emissions coming from those turbines.
And they consume less water?
Yeah, that's a technical question. I would think so. It's the water allocation we would need, we're able to get from our customers' existing water allocation. We won't need any more from an operational standpoint for that.
Quick question, did you work on the recent project down in Delta,
I personally did not.
your team or Williams at all?
Eric or?
No.
Yeah, I don't think so, no.
Okay, they just put 2 gas units, and I think it was about a 5-year project. I'm just curious how long the construction timeline is expected to be.
Yeah, this would go pretty quick. We would have it in service by the end of the year,
Oh, really?
ideally, yeah,
Okay.
yeah. Or would you say early 2027, thank you.
Okay. Abby, I'm going to put you on the spot and have you shed some light on why this is here for, especially the people that maybe haven't had the conversation, and give you the opportunity to help lead this discussion.
Sure. What can I answer? Did you have a question, or?
Well, I just wanted to hear your perspective of why this request is here and kind of why we're learning this, because how it ties into where we're headed or what's needed, I guess.
In regards to sound, or just in having
Sound
Williams
and the
in
project
general?
as a
or
whole.
The power generation for Meta. So we're here because Rocky Mountain Power can't get the generation needed for the state of Utah. So that's why Senate Bill 132 came into existence last year, and that passed and went and started May 1st. And so that allowed anybody who needed more than 100 megawatts of power to be able to generate their own power on site behind the meter, and that's why the behind the meter comes into play. So that allowed Meta to hire a company or build their own power station, and so that's why they have Williams coming here and doing this, the natural gas power plant. They still have to abide by all the rules and still go through all the requirements that anybody else would have to go through to do that, and that's something we've talked about, making sure that they're meeting all the qualifications for air and stuff like that, and they're going above and beyond for air quality, which I know is very important for Eagle Mountain, and so I was impressed with that. And so another thing was like with the sound and that, so we've looked into that kind of thing to make sure that that's something that's wanted here. So this is something that's going to be coming up all across the state, is power generation, because we just don't have enough and coming quick enough for what is needed in our area. We need more jobs, high-paying jobs here in our area to keep people here locally. And this is one of the ways that we're doing is power generation. Like he said, Meta asked for 286, am I correct? 286, and this is going to be 350 megawatts with 400 with redundancy. So it's producing a little bit more power than what they're actually asking for. Whether Meta keeps that for future use or plans on doing something else with it, that's said to be seen. Williams is a great company with a great reputation across the country, and so I'm impressed with what they've done. So I'm excited about this project. So it's a $2 billion project coming into our community. So.
How many employees will be on the site for the gas power plant above and beyond what Meta would normally have at a data center?
So around 30 to 50, we think. I'm happy to check that and follow up with you on that.
Okay, and then may I ask another question? One of the things that we hear a lot from residents, and I think it's a pretty big myth, but I think it'd be good to have you speak about it, is the concern that residential rates are going up for power because of big end users like a data center. Does this help to minimize any additional impact? Or is that just a myth that exists out there anyway, so it doesn't actually happen? I just want to know how this ultimately will benefit our residents and the data center.
For sure, yeah, I don't know that it might happen some places. I've not seen it happen yet. The solution basically puts the entire cost on the customer, our customer, not the public and the ratepayers on the system by keeping it off the grid. And so it's a way to give power, enable economic development without impacting the ratepayers currently. And, while the system can catch up, the larger grid can catch up to serve facilities like this.
And this next question is probably for Evan. If the property value increases as a result of this, is it covered by the RDA already set up for Meta? Or is this something separate that will have a different set of property value, tax, all of that stuff?
So if you're talking about like the CRA, the project area budget, did not include anything tied to the power generation facility. So any sort of growth in value tied to the power generation is entirely separate, taxed at its full amount. The TIF that's tied to the CRA is entirely separate, just tied to the data centers.
Thank you.
So, Abby, I think one other question that I was gonna have you address is so the right side of the screen, a little darker tan, is that also, I can't quite tell where that's at, is that also in our overlay for the industrial RTI overlay? There's no residential even within this picture, correct?
No, there's no residential. And so I did do a survey of 20 communities close to our area and then ones that we compete with economically, what their ordinances are. We do only have one ordinance of 65 decibels. So that covers residential, commercial, and industrial. So it would be both your neighbor next door having a birthday party and also an industrial power plant. They have to abide by the same code. And so
That's what I was trying to get you to say.
yeah, sorry. So it's like everybody has to have the same, everybody has to abide by the same thing. So if you're having a cookout or something like that, you have to abide by 65 decibels, which I'm actually probably talking higher than 65 decibels right now. It's about the same. It's a normal conversation. It's a dishwasher, that kind of thing. So when I surveyed the 20, and I can bring up, if you want, I have an Excel spreadsheet that I did because I like numbers, but so surveying those 20 communities and ones that we compete economically with, I found that most of them are in the 75 to 80 range, and they have both a day and a night code. And so we're far underneath what is mostly being done. They usually have a residential, a commercial, and an industrial code. And so what is happening with us right now is that we could theoretically be losing some businesses because, to be honest with you, most of the time before they even talk to me, they're going online and looking at our code. And so if they're seeing that our code is 65, they're not even going to call me. And so this could be a problem and could be something where they won't even come and talk to us because they're already seeing that they cannot meet our code.
Okay, perfect. That's kind of what I was getting to, so that we can work on, whether, I know we mentioned a possible MDA and some exceptions, so just wanted that in your mind. Did you look like you're ready for a question. Do you have a question, or?
I was just trying to understand who owns the property around. It looks like BLM is to the east there, but it's all industrial.
So some of it's just agricultural land, yeah. It's some of it's just vacant land. Most of the residential is north and east. I mean, it could be developed, but honestly, a lot of this is data center. We look for it to be more industrial developed land, probably more Google center, data center development, energy development. I just don't see it as being developed for residential. I couldn't say for 100% sure, but mostly it's going to be for industrial developed.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. Any other questions about that sound ordinance in the 20 communities?
Yeah, I think I'll just comment on that. Abby, I've had conversations with you about this and participated in the DRC meeting with Williams and whatnot. And so I think just for clarity and context, I think for the council to understand that Williams is asking us if we're willing to entertain some movement is what I think this is the purpose of this presentation. And so I think each council member ought to kind of be contemplating that, and Abby has some, and I don't know if you've provided that to each council member, the data that you shared with me about the noise ordinances throughout the municipalities who are in close proximity to us. But there's quite a variation there, and there's a little more liberal noise ordinance for
Yeah.
industrial areas. And I think that's what Williams is saying is, can we find a path forward to perhaps craft or adjust code, or through an MDA, give you an exception that would allow you to exceed that noise ordinance in some cases? Is that really what the ask is?
Yeah, correct.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that the council members sitting here understood that, in particular those who are new with us, so thank you.
And what I think was really interesting, if you can look at this, so the area in the red, if you were standing right next to these power generators, it would be 75 decibels, which isn't that bad at all. It would be the same as like, traffic or that kind of thing. So I think it's really interesting, without even a fence, it wouldn't even be that bad. So it's not a situation where it's that bad. The 8-foot fence going around it is more just to keep people out and safety and security, that kind of thing. So that's what we're looking at more for this. So, and we want it to be, compatible to what's already there with Meta, so. And we definitely want to be, competitive to other communities as far as getting other industry out here, so.
Thank you. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, when we've talked to Williams about this, it's been interesting, especially when you look at this diagram here. It's interesting to see how the decibel levels really fall off really quick. I mean, you look at the red, and then within a short distance, you're dropping down 5, and it just keeps dropping down really quickly. The other thing that they told us is this is kind of the first of the kind, and I think Jimmy mentioned this, but this is a first of its kind type of power facility in the state, and there are going to be a lot of people who would be paying attention to this, high-level officials that would be paying attention to this project. It's has some really good potential and may have a lot of eyes on it, so.
May I make one more comment? I mean, I've said this to Williams in the DRC meeting, and I'm gonna state it here publicly. I mean, I think we need to find a way to find a solution that helps you, to help us, to see that power is generated in the south end of the valley to supply the power to the data centers that we've really hitched our wagon to, and that we want to serve and work with. So we'll see how it goes. Obviously, I'm one member of the council, but I want you to know that I'm very interested in finding a solution that works.
Did you have more
Okay.
things you wanted to say, though?
I could, or there's some more minor elements, but we could just, have those in future conversations. The noise is the major one, and the wall height. There are a few other minor things that will be in the development agreement. Happy to just mention those, or we can just continue our conversations with staff and answer questions that you guys have moving forward as we approach, putting that development agreement on a council agenda at some point.
Perfect. And this is one of the biggest hurdles. If we can get past this, I think we can move forward.
Yeah, okay, great. Yeah.
And was there anything else that we need to be aware of today?
I don't think so. I think that's it.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you so
Appreciate
much for your time. I appreciate it.
All right, moving along, we'll have one more discussion item. This is the street renaming and addressing code amendment, and Mr. David has this presentation.
As this is coming up, just real quick, you had asked about the property just east across what would be Pony. That's the Triple Tail RTI overlay already on that property there. Got to do this again. That Bambi. All right, council, what you had in your packet tonight was a request that came via a citizen. I believe they spoke up at a council meeting about renaming a street. We do not have anything in the code talking about renaming streets. We actually have a fee in the consolidated fees that says what it would cost for a street sign, but we don't have any text to administer should someone come in and want to rename. So the packet includes some language for street name, just some general addressing guidelines as well, which we probably should have as well. So at this point, we would like to just get your feedback. Are we in the right direction? Is there anything you'd like to remove from that, add to it? Point us where you'd like us to go.
I was just curious about the 5-year waiting period before renaming. Is that just what other cities have done?
I mean,
That was just,
someone comes in right away and says, okay, we recorded this plat, this is our street, because typically the developers are the ones that'll actually propose the street names. Should there be a waiting period? Yes. I mean, 5 years, yeah, it could be arbitrary, but it probably shouldn't be, well, someone could come in the next week and say, I don't like that street name, let's change it. So it's, what would you feel comfortable with is probably the question to answer, if that part of the code stays.
yeah, I was curious, I was more thinking, I mean, I agree there needs to be probably some kind of a moratorium, a waiting period. I was thinking closer to 3 years instead of 5, but
Yeah.
anyway, I was just curious if there was something
Yeah,
behind the 5.
I mean, when I came up with that thought, I got to put a number in there. Let's just throw 5 in there. Obviously going to be a point of discussion, and so we'll take what you recommend.
I think the key to that, Craig, and this is just an opinion, is the public notice. If anyone that's on that street really has no objection, what's the point in waiting for anybody that's affected? So I agree that it could be less.
Yes,
So maybe
we do.
we do a year
Yeah,
instead.
we do a year, whatever
Yeah, I mean, I'd be
direction you
fine with
want.
that yeah.
Yeah, we would do a public notice to anybody that accesses that street. Planning Commission would be the advisory body. You would be the land use authority on any of those changes. Follow pretty much our standard public notice procedures for something like that. It's not a common request. In my 27 years, I've experienced it once where a street name change was proposed.
So one of my questions, I guess, as I've contemplated this code is, you public notice maybe the residents on a residential street that could be affected, right, or addresses.
Yeah.
What about the more regional and collectors and so forth, those streets that have significance to the city or city, like Pony Express? Well, who do you notice? The entire city, right? Because that's
Yeah, that would be a citywide notice, similar to, if we just a general text amendment, we'd have to do a citywide notice, and, it could push it out, social media, all those types of avenues that we could use for
So I
notifying
think-
the public.
I think my point is that in the noticing, maybe separate regional or significant streets, collectors from neighborhood
Collector,
streets. And
arterial and above.
so I know they're looking for direction to help this young man move forward, so, go ahead.
No, I was just going to agree with that with Airport Road and 6 Mile Cutoff. We just went through this with Sage Valley, trying to figure out what street do we live on as you're pulling in. But I think that's a good distinction. A major arterial road versus a community probably makes sense to have different standards of renaming.
So you'd like to break out the notices? What about the year for when the change can take place? What timeframe would you like to see?
I'm inclined to say less of a time frame, because in this instance, less people live on the street in question, and the longer that they have to wait, there could be more addresses and more people impacted by it. So part of me thinks that erring on a lower number, arbitrary number, versus erring on a higher arbitrary number is probably a better idea. But I don't, like you said, this is kind of a outlier, and we don't get this request a whole ton. So I don't know that that's gonna matter. And I suppose if they were to bring an application, it could always be presented to the council to see if the council would be willing to waive the time period restriction, or, so I guess it seems arbitrary, and that's what it is.
Yeah, any number you choose could probably be classified as arbitrary. What about 2 years with an exception that the council could go less?
How long is the street that's sort of in question, how long has that been already built and named? So if we did a 1 year, we would still be ready to move forward on that one?
Are there any addresses on that street, or that's all rear lot, right?
Yeah,
Well, the side that's on the west side of Pony Express has been on a plat map forever, and the side that's on the east side of Pony Express already has homes being built on it. So I think, but it doesn't have house numbers on that street. So I don't know if that answered your question or not, Councilmember.
So the portion of the street in Parkway Fields, I believe, is collector, and the portion that is platted is for an arterial road, and so those by code don't allow residences to front them.
So, David, do you feel like you have clear direction?
yeah, I mean, 2 years is, I mean, of course, you could obviously, when a time comes about, you could obviously change that, but you just want me to keep it at 5, let you guys change it at that time, what you see fit when the time comes?
I think 5's too long, sorry.
The only thing that I don't see in here is how we evaluate the name.
Well, there is some language about
I've gone
historical
through that, yeah,
significance.
but how do you determine whether it's a yes or a no on the name proposed?
Yeah,
Because it talks about, it seems arbitrary in there. Is that something that we want to give direction for people who want to do that? Because I think that how is it going to be evaluated? Whether we like it when they bring it to us?
Do you mean the approval process of the
No,
actual?
I'm talking about the actual name. So if, obviously, I mean, there's gonna be offensive names, there's gonna be, things that seem like, a reasonable person would be able to determine those things, but political names, things of that nature, things that might cause division between people in
yeah,
different
we
parties.
could probably have a list of 100 things, I'm thinking that,
I think that we need to figure something out with that because though I may agree with what this young man proposed, I think that's going to divide people on that particular thing, and I think we ought to at least have some standards in there, because if we're okay with the proposal and then not okay if somebody brings an opposing name that might grind against our certain value system or political affiliation, if you accept one, you gotta accept the other. If we don't have any metric in there to determine that, how do we decide?
yeah, that's honestly, it's a tough question.
Well, and maybe there's a consideration for public input on that. Maybe there's a lot of people that'll, maybe we just let the public help us with that.
There is a set of criteria in, I think it's our arts code, where it talks about like the things that you have to look at if we're gonna have public art. And I didn't review it before I came to this, but that might be a good starting off point, because the same questions that you're asking about what we could name a street really apply to the type of art that we allow to be public art as well. And that might be a good place for you to go and kind of look and see if there's any criteria in there that makes sense to apply to the road. I do like the idea of having the public weigh in on it, but, I mean, we get divisiveness on the number of chickens that people can have, so like certainly there's gonna be a dispute about the name of the street. And this particular student that's come and asked about this was even willing to have an alternate name for the street that isn't the individual's name, but maybe something like Freedom or something like that, that the individual that would be honored by it would be associated with that word. So I think we have options for ourselves, and I don't think this is gonna come up very often, but I do get the idea of being sensitive to any division that it could create.
That's a good, I'll look into that, the art criteria. Okay,
Yeah, I was just gonna say, this is going on in Salt Lake right now. There's a pretty big news story around changing it from one to another, and I think it would be good to have public input. Just be cautious around it.
I think that's a good point, because I saw that as soon as that was announced. And I think that particular change in Salt Lake is even more divisive, because it's taking something that's well-loved and held by a certain group of people and changing it to almost the opposite. And that, I think, is increasing the division versus a road that's just a generic name and changing it to honor someone. So like, anyway, plus I think it comes down to the landowners. If the landowners are asking for it and the public's asking for it, that's a different story than a legislature person trying to decide what it should be, so.
One, I think when you bring up landowners too, obviously there's a difference between private and public, so that's important to note.
Okay. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. We will move forward now with our agenda review, and this is going to be fairly simple, I hope. On the first part, we have our consent agenda. Starting with the bond releases. Scarlet Ridge, Phase A Plat 2 into warranty, and Sunset Flats, Phase A into warranty. Questions? Nothing. Seeing none. Okay, we have minutes, 12A, 12B, and 12C. Did anybody see any?
Mayor, I did see one on the January 6, 2026. It's just a misspelling of Mr. Free's first name. It says B-R-Y-N and should be B-R-Y-A-N. Just ask that our recorder's office make that adjustment. And I'm a terrible speller, so I'm not being critical of anyone. I just, especially where it's someone's name, I want to make sure we get it right.
Of all people, you picked that up. So, all right, no questions on that. Then I do want to get through our scheduled items if we have the chance. So the first one is an ordinance and is a public hearing of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Section 17.80.080 regarding directional signage related to data centers and large-scale development projects. This one's Stephen. Yep.
I really wish I'd included this in the signed code amendment I just did, so I didn't have to do another one for you. It's not terribly challenging code amendment, not very big. We have had on a couple of occasions data center representatives approach us wanting to place signage throughout the city in an attempt to keep their very high traffic levels out of the middle of the city, whether that's as courtesy to the city, whether it's easier for them. However, our current code doesn't allow for that. They have to place any of their signage on their own property or on the ladder signs throughout the city, which doesn't really work for them. So in working with them, this is the comment we've come up with to do that. So it's really only changing one section by adding this language. It does control that they have to have an approved site plan, whether in the RTI overlay zone or within, based on the Planning Commission's recommendation, the alternative energy overlay zone, if that is approved and adopted within the city. We understand that these signs likely wouldn't be on city property in a lot of places, so it would be on the individual owners of the signs to go get that approval and then present that to staff in their application process to ensure that we know they have the approval to be located where they are. They have to maintain their own signs. The signs have to be either be lit or use a reflective material, so even at nighttime when a lot of this traffic is coming through the city, those signs can still be seen, still be effective. It does cap them at 8 feet in height, 32 square feet. That's pretty standard for other signs we've allowed throughout the city. And then they're allowed to have them as so long as their project is ongoing. So if some of these projects are going to be years, that approval stands because we still want that traffic bypassing the roads that are already heavily trafficked in the city. So I don't really want to have to read it. So if you have any questions based on that, I'm welcome to answer them.
Why do I always have questions, Stephen? I just do. Thank you. My question is, as I read this, my thought process is these are meant to be temporary. Is that accurate, or am I misreading that?
I think in concept, yes, but the problem is because these projects take so long, I mean, these could be out for 10 years.
So so what I'm really, look, I'm not opposed to this, let me state that clearly. And I think it makes a lot of sense so that we're giving some clear direction to that traffic that's being generated and hoping to get them to take the appropriate route. My question is, if it's meant to be temporary, even if it's a 10-year build-out, I think we ought to have some sort of a removal clause in there, some sort of language that requires removal. That's like with a trigger that sets that into motion, and I don't know what that should be. I don't know if it's a complete build-out or it's as phases are completed. I don't think phases works, but maybe it says the property develops to its bound. I don't know. But I think that we should have some sort of a removal clause in there.
Could it be based off of like a warranty bond or like the timing of some of those things? Or when their building permits have expired and they're not building anymore? Like, what could be a good trigger?
Doesn't it say in there, it says signs shall be allowed until development of the site is complete or the master development approval is expired, whichever comes first. That language is in there.
Yeah, but it doesn't require removal. I mean, it just says that they shall be allowed. Does that require removal by virtue of the way it's worded? I don't know.
And we can, we can reword that.
Yeah,
I think that's what we're trying for, but.
Maybe
I get
Yeah,
that.
I thought that was implied, but we can make that clear. That's a
Okay.
good
Yeah,
point.
if we can do that, that was my only question.
Is this very specifically toward like data centers and big commercial or industrial projects, or would home developers be considered a large-scale development project?
No, because they have to have approval within either the RTI overlay
it,
or
okay.
the energy.
I just
overlay.
wanted to make sure that that was good.
So just a couple of things. In the previous section about the ladder signs, it has a map where they should exist. I think there might be some benefit to doing that so that we make sure it's not blocking certain viewpoints or that might have a negative impact on existing commercial or industrial entrances or whatever those might be. So perhaps that might be a good thing to add into that as well.
And I'd considered that. I think the only challenging thing that I thought about is we don't know the routes that are gonna be taken, because these sites are gonna be in different locations throughout the city. So
That'd be
nailing down a
simple for them
specific.
to propose that for every sign, right? Doesn't it have to have an approval anyway? Because then they could show this is where it's going to exist. They could present that to you, and then we make sure that it doesn't conflict with somebody else's view lines or whatever that might be. And one other thing, just to add on top of that too, we have a standard pictures and all of that for the other signs. Perhaps we should have that same thing for them so we don't end up with a 4x8 particle board with spray paint on it.
Okay.
Along with the map, Councilmember Wood, I agree with you. I think it does always require going to the site though, because not all of the traffic signs and some of the other things that are there show up on any of the maps. And often with the signs that I'm in charge of, you can't tell if it's gonna be good or bad until you're standing there on site and taking a picture of the actual location and what the sight lines are. So yes, we should probably have a map, but I also think that there's a requirement that you go to the actual site and make sure that it's good and safe, because it's expensive to move them once they're in the ground.
Any other discussion on this? So if you don't mind, make that one change before the policy session so we can see what that looks like, then I think we can move forward as far as the removal part. Could you show us whatever that looks like, and then we'll go forward.
Okay, and then did you want me to, I can put a map of potential locations. I think I already have one that I mapped out, whether that's good enough or whether we,
I don't care if there's a map in there, just a requirement to show a map as part of the application.
yeah, it requires them to submit a site plan.
Right.
So whether we clarify that where it's not just a picture of close by, but it's an actual, like an aerial view, we
I
can do that too.
tend to agree with Councilmember Clark also. I think it requires us to go and look and make sure that
Okay.
that doesn't create a problem too.
Okay, no other questions, thank you. The Next item, 13B, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Section 15.80, 1710, 1725, and 17100 regarding slopes. And we have Mr. Hobbs.
Evening, Mayor and Council. Staff was tasked with inserting a phrase within the code that barred any kind of development or alteration to any ground that is sloped 25% or greater in excess. And in canvassing code, it appeared that there were 4 sections that could bear some possible changes to include the 2 places we found that needed to have that phrase inserted. The code language that you have in your packet has the phrase inserted in those 2 places, and adding to that, staff found a couple of proposed corrections for you to consider. One is the transplanting of a diagram that is in the residential chapter of our code that's completely out of place. And another is a definition that really wasn't serving as a definition as much as a control that belonged elsewhere in code, if anywhere. The balance of what is in your packet is basically reformatting, and it's mostly just taking, for example, a larger paragraph and breaking it into sections to make it a little easier to read, and transplanting one phrase for residential zoning up underneath our residential table. If you like, I can put it on the screen for you to go through. But that's the essence of the change. So we wanted to make sure we got in the phrase, and then maybe do a little cleanup along the way. If that's not agreeable, we could simply just put in the phrase in 2 places, and that would take 2 minutes to do, and push off all the rest of it, get rid of the rest of it. But again, it seemed like a viable opportunity to try and clean things up a bit. Questions?
Is there anything about the section, the 15.80.020, it'd be A, where it talks about unlawful for the owner, developer, or any contractor to excavate, grade, level, build upon, or otherwise alter any property within the city when the average slope of that property exceeds 25%? Are there gonna be any situations where like the city needs to do some of those things for utilities, or is this very clearly just to not game the system? Because it seems like there's always times where we have to look at the rules and say, this is an impossible situation, and we're gonna have to make an adjustment here. And I just wanna figure out, when it says shall be unlawful, I wanna make sure that we're not setting ourselves up for failure as well.
And Councilman Clark, I would think that the way that this is written, it was targeted away from city, but that's a good question. We could refine that a little bit if we wanted to, I suppose. Maybe Marcus would have an opinion on that, but again, I don't think that was directed at the city.
Is there, because it's very clear about natural and man-made water course or utilities. And I know when we have the blasting code, it talks about like that there are some exceptions for utility pathways and different things like that. Do we need to put some sort of exception in here for utilities for ourselves? Like, I just want to make sure we're not.
We can make it explicit that we're not subject to this code. I mean, that's legally possible.
I also think that there may be times where landowners come and say, I need to get sewer up to a certain point, or I need to get what, because they're the initial installer of that. Is there, or do we just say, bring it in on a case-by-case basis? That's what I'm trying to determine as we craft this.
Yeah, so, I mean, the question is, like, do we want to be able to have the ability to make exceptions for private landowners as well? I mean, that's certainly easy enough to put in there. Yeah, if that's something that you're interested in.
And I guess I don't want it to just be exceptions for whenever, because we've had other instances in the last couple of weeks where a landowner comes in and asks us to do something because it's stated in the code that that's an option for them to ask. It might, if we're gonna add something, I think it'd be useful to kind of constrain it to just utilities or some sort of extenuating circumstances. It's clearly not for residential development of a home or a lot or something like that.
Yeah, I mean, however you want to do that, I think that's certainly possible. It's just a matter of kind of spelling that out. I don't know if that's something that can be done on the fly, though. That seems like it's a little more involved.
So let me just help maybe from an excavator's perspective on what I think is trying to be asked here. The, specifically structures, but sewer lines, anything like that, they're gonna follow the grade anyway, and this is more like if we had to level it to do something. I think the only case that I could see is building a roadway, like, for instance, Mid-Valley, where you might take a slope and cut it to create a road. So and that would be for the public's best interest anyway. And a developer could need to do that to go from one side of a mountain to the other with a road, but we'd have to approve that road anyway. So I'm trying to think when the city might build a well. I don't know when else we would do something, but a road would definitely be one, where we would cut a slope and create that. So does that help at all?
It does. I guess my question is to my fellow council members and you, Mayor, is there anything that we need to add to this to make that clear that those are the only circumstances that we'll consider this as an option? It's very clear when it says it shall be unlawful, that that's making it illegal. And I want to make sure that if there's ever an instance that we as a city have to, or part of a site plan, a developer has to do it for very specific road or utility reasons, do we need to add anything to the code to make it jive?
I think we start with excluding the city from it, and then wait till a circumstance arises from the development community to see if we need to amend from there.
I want to ask maybe a clarifying question, Rob, and it's probably because I wrestle with the whole average slope definition, and I know that this wasn't tackled or even kind of contemplated. I'm trying to get my head wrapped around what is it that we're trying to accomplish with this code. Because when we start to talk about how an average is calculated, and frankly, I'm not the mathematician that I wish I was to be able to interpret and understand how this applies. It seems pretty complicated.
Are you up in the section above by chance?
Yes, I am. I'm in 15.80.0.010.
Okay.
And so as I'm contemplating and thinking through this, I guess I'm wondering why the need for an average slope definition, and couldn't we just simplify this by simply saying that anything with a 25% slope is unbuildable?
Yes, and Councilman Wright, realize too that this section I just put in there as sort of a wayfinder, as sometimes council likes to see what comes before and after any given proposed set of corrections or changes or amendments. It's not proposed to be new language, it's existing. And it's not preferred to be altered. Whether it stays or goes, that's more of a policy decision, I think, frankly.
And so that's really what I'm asking is, can we simplify this to a degree that
take it
even a
away.
guy like me could understand it?
Oh, sure.
And are there some negative impacts to doing that I'm not contemplating? That's really the question.
I think it was written by an engineer, just kind of glancing over it, but yeah, sure. And that's just the reminder that there's no substantive changes I can remember in this part other than what the council wanted, those two little phrases. So what you see stricken out is just being reformatted, and I added one definition change. So basically, we're pretty much dealing with existing code for the most part and just breaking up in paragraphs. They're smaller. As far as that goes.
So I agree with Councilmember Wright. I think we've been down this road with the average. It hasn't ever produced the results that any of the councils have tried to have it produce. The language that is in here, it makes it seem as though we're saying that the property itself can't be developed if there's any part that's 25%, and I don't think that's what the intent was. I think what Councilmember Wright said is the language I'm comfortable with. We need to remove average. Any slope that's 25% is unbuildable, gradable, or cannot be altered. I think that makes it very simple. Now, when the developer goes and looks at it, this hill that's in the middle of my property, I can't touch it because it's 25%. Everything around it is buildable as long as it's within the 200 feet and the slope study, et cetera. So I think that that's the intent of it. I've said this before, I live in Silver Lake and I watch them knock every one of the 25% hills down to grade everything that is in the lower section of Silver Lake and Evans Ranch, because we didn't have something in there to prevent it to happen. One of the things that is also not in here is there needs to be some way of marking them so that it's not mistaken and we have an excavator that didn't understand and goes in and knocks them all down. So I think that the preemptive portion of that needs to exist, so we make sure that it's clear, these can't be altered. There needs to also be some checks as that excavation goes on to make sure that that's being followed. And then, if they do, there needs to be something in place to make them pay and restore.
So marking, that's something I could add in. And just as was mentioned though, and to bring our attention back to this, I found two places to put in the language that was desired. For example, now on the screen in paragraph 1 under section G, you have at the very last sentence, that again, this is one of 2 times when this was expressed, that any property whose slope is 25% or greater shall not be graded nor altered, period. Can't do it. And so even if we have a,
This is specific to the hillside development, though. We want this to exist in every residential. So it's not specific to hillside. If you have a 25% slope, regardless of what zone it is, that should exist, that if it's 25% or more, it's unbuildable, it's ungradable, it's unalterable.
okay.
That would be my wish. I think that's what Councilmember Wright is stating.
And this one might help too, Councilman Wood. I can certainly add more in, but see now under 17-150H, we have that same representation, but it's outboard of the hillside code. But we can certainly flesh it out in other places.
I want to be clear that I want to know if there are some unintended consequences to doing that we're not contemplating. And I don't know the answer to that, and I know that staff hasn't had a chance to really evaluate that in an effective way. Maybe,
Steve?
okay, it looks like maybe Mr. Mumford, Mayor, is that okay?
Yeah, the only one I can think of off the top of my head is that there are, with development applications, they'll submit a grading plan that often, you've seen those, but often has the 25% slope as red or some color, right? And there will appear a little tiny strip on a property where there's a ditch or where there's a little hill where someone dumped dirt at one point, right? And so you'll have these little pieces here and there that don't make sense to, I mean, obviously those should be able to be graded. So I don't know how you resolve that in the language, but we definitely don't want to put an engineer or planner in a situation where they have to deny a plan because there's a little tiny ditch on the property.
You recently had, we showed horizon slope map to you, and I think there were some lots that had some kind of unique situations like that, where you'd have just like a little piece of slope on a parcel, and I think we'd want to be careful not to ever say, hey, we can't develop this, none of this parcel to be developed because there's a small sliver of 25% on it or something, so.
One of the important parts of that, though, is that we deal with that in an MDA then. If there's special circumstances, we have the ability to say we want an MDA, and we deal with what that might be.
I'm comfortable just to put my voice out there with council members Wright and Wood regarding this as well.
Mayor, one other one, real quick, and I think we resolve it by maybe exempting the city. But I'm thinking of Mid-Valley Road, it will definitely not comply with this. And so things like that, roads or infrastructure, like Councilmember Clark was talking about, that maybe a UDOT facility or some other infrastructure that needs to be put in. I can think of Kern River Gas, they went in and modified their gas line without any approvals from the city, but they went in and did that in their easement, and that's definitely steeper than 25% as well.
So, Mayor, maybe if we then exempt government entities or public entities, we get rid of any reference in the code to average slopes, to include striking out that existing language that was in there from whenever. Cause them, a builder or developer, to mark on their property where they might have such slopes when they actually go out and they're doing their site development. We make it germane to residential zones as well, specifically. Put some language in our residential chapter perhaps. And I think we can get closer to the mark on this, it sounds like then.
So who would mark the 25% slope? You were mentioning developer, but I'm wondering if the city should do that.
Wouldn't it just be a surveyor or an engineer?
I would assume it would be there, so yeah.
Yeah.
Their
And they're
surveyors.
bound by professional standards, it's not.
Yeah.
I like the idea of removing the average, because the average part is the part that always tripped us up. We have very old code dating back to the early 2000s that defined any land that has 25% or greater slope is unbuildable. And that was in the definitions section. We somehow got the code created that had the average basically added into it to calculate it. But I think it's been clear since almost the beginning of Eagle Mountain that that type of slope is unbuildable. So I like the idea of making it clean, because all that was happening is people were gaming the system and making it a 2-acre lot, and it averaged out because it was that huge of a lot to help bring the rise over run down. So I like this idea.
Did I hit all the parts?
Okay, yeah, I think so, and if, it sounds like there might be a couple minor changes, if you could reflect those. I know it's a lot to ask before our next meeting, but if you can at least give us an idea, then it'll make a motion easier, right? Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I'm
we're
great.
fine with tabling it and bringing it back.
And thank you, council, for your input. It helps refine
Okay.
things nicely.
Well, we're gonna have to talk about it in a minute anyway, so either way, if those changes get made, fine. If not, we'll address it when the time comes. So, okay, the next one, I think most of the discussion is gonna happen in the next meeting, but I'm happy to go over it now. 13C, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, repealing and replacing Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Section 2.10 regarding powers and duties of the mayor.
Mayor, I'm gonna just request that we hold that until we come to the policy session. I think it's important. I think we're gonna have some citizens who are gonna be here, who are gonna want to make
To
a
hear
comment
the-
in that, and they're gonna want to hear that discussion and debate. And so I think that's probably a more appropriate time to address it, if you're okay with that.
Yep, that's why I made the comment. Is there any questions on that?
Actually, I do have a question. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut somebody off. I know that these two items, 13C and 13D, do not have a public hearing that's required, which means that the public will get to make their comments and give their opinion about it early in the meeting during public comment without having heard any of the presentation from the code sponsors or anything like that. I'm wondering if there's anything within our rules of order or something that we can do as a council to allow the presentation of this code before the public comments on it, or if we should just take the public comment where it comes in public comment and just let it be that. That's kind of a question I've been thinking about.
So I'm going to ask Marcus to weigh in. I know we have public comment and it's not a public hearing. What would be the procedure if we wanted to allow public comment during a non-public hearing type thing? I think that's the question.
So,
right?
I mean, that would be during the public comment portion of the meeting. You can put that, you can obviously, everything's scheduled for 7 o'clock. So you can you can move things around. So I'm going to take this earlier and do this later. So you could theoretically postpone the public comment or have the public comment, like sort of table the issue to later in the meeting and then have the public comment and then come back to the issue. I mean, that would be procedurally how I would suggest doing that if you want to do that. As far as trying to, create a second public comment or altering it, I mean, there's no provision in our code or in state code that would allow for having a public hearing on this item. So it would have to come during public comment time.
So I'm just going to say I'm open to the body on how we handle it. I'm also open to moving the order if, generally, if the public's here for something. I think the other items are fairly quick, but I'm open to rearranging that if you guys want. So just give me some direction on how you want to handle it. I'm good either way.
I think that it's going to be more productive if the public gets to hear the intent of the code and the discussion behind it and then get to weigh in on it. It's just the legality of making that happen is something that I'm not sure how we do. But I think having it at the very beginning of the meeting or public comment and then explaining what something is makes it hard for their comments to really be useful for us in our decision-making process.
So are you proposing public comment right before the discussion or public comment after the discussion?
So I think it should almost be, yeah, it should be after the presentation at least, so that they understand where the code's coming from. And it's ultimately up to the mayor, because he gets to handle that part of the meeting, but I think it's gonna be most useful for us as decision makers to have the comment informed as opposed to just what was on Facebook.
Yeah, agreed.
I actually would be real supportive of that, Councilmember Clark. I think it will help with the dialogue and certainly with the discussion and debate that most certainly will happen.
So then I'm trying to figure out where to put it, because you have 13C and 13D, and if you put it after the presentation of 13C, and then we finish 13C and come back to 13D?
I think what Marcus was recommending, if I understood him correctly, is that we allow the presentation of 13C, that we then set it aside and allow the public comment after that, and then we can come back to it, make a decision. Is that what you were suggesting?
That's what I was suggesting, and keep in mind that public comment could be about completely unrelated matters.
I completely understand that, but we anticipate there will be some that relates to this matter. And I'm comfortable with that if the mayor's not opposed.
Is there a way to open public comment in its normal place and then hold that over and have the different presentations up through C and D, and then reopen public comment? Because it's not a public hearing.
Right, I mean, yes.
Okay,
I guess
we're
we
done.
don't have to close it, and that would be the
Yeah,
difference.
you wouldn't close the public comment period. You would just kind of move on to the next agenda item and then come back.
But I
to it.
think you're gonna want to at least postpone taking public comment until
Naturally.
you're ready to receive it again, or you're going to get
Yeah,
all
I mean,
kinds
I
of public
think,
comment
I think
during the
you
whole
would do the
process.
same thing like you would, you should motion to table the rest of the balance of public comment or something to that effect till later in the meeting.
And so that would be done by motion,
Yes,
to keep it open but
right.
postponed, essentially?
Yeah, I mean, you're just
Okay.
continuing
We'll,
to
we'll
table it.
fumble through that the best we can in the meeting. And I'll try to explain it so people understand. And then I'll expect council to help me with motions and so forth. So-
Can I ask a question as well?
Yeah.
Mayor, so I just want to have a clarifying question. Can we respectfully request those making public comment not to comment on items 13C and D?
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna fumble
We can make that request.
Yeah.
It's a request. And if someone speaks in the first public comment, can they speak in the second public comment and not speak twice because there's
You get one go.
one go? So make sure that's really clear to the public as well, that if you speak first, you're not going to be able to speak later, vice versa.
Yeah. Lacey had wrote some nice footnotes for me today that say they only get to speak once, and I crossed them out and said they know that. And then it gets brought up, so, yes. So typically, I want to go over one more thing because I think it's going to, well, I don't think it matters here. Do we want to wait for the other thing? And I have made some suggestions that we do any closed session items after if we needed to get through the agenda. We're mostly through the agenda unless we want to cover the legislative priorities. Do we want to try to get to the closed session or get some of these other things handled now? Which do we prefer?
I'd prefer to get going and go to closed session for the items that we need to discuss in that, so that we can for sure be out in time for the public, because it seems like there may be lots of people here for that and that will want to speak. And I want to leave as much time for that as possible, so.
Okay with that? Is there any other questions on some of this stuff? Okay, as far as the public comment or any of that. Okay, with that, I think we're through there, so.
Mayor, can I just ask one quick question? I know we're gonna have the liaison reports later, but this may require a little bit of staff research. So can I just ask a question? And it's about the youth council, that they want to participate in a retreat that's overnight. Talking about young men and young women. And I don't know if the city has any policy regarding that. So I'm just gonna ask that question, lay it out there, and then a couple of other things that we'll get to in that portion of the meeting, but.
I think that the youth went to Snow College like in 2017 or 2018 when Councilmember Reeves was over that group, and I feel like they did an overnight thing there. Does anyone,
I'm just not
Finn, do
aware
you
if the
remember?
city has
Finn's-
policy that we need to make sure that they're aware of and that we follow. That's my question. Okay.
You good? Okay. All right, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that the city council adjourn into a closed session for the purpose of discussion of pending or reasonably imminent litigation, the character, professional competence, or physical or mental health of an individual, the purchase, lease, sale, or exchange of real property, a proposed development agreement, project proposal, or financing proposal related to the development of land owned by the state or political subdivision, and/or the deployment of security personnel, devices, or systems pursuant to Section 52-4-205 subsection 1 of the Utah Code annotated.
Second.
We have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Whiting. And we'll start the vote with Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
And
Hewish.
Hewish.
Yes.
I almost said Councilmember Craig, and that wasn't even right either. Hewish, so thank you. All right, that motion passes. We'll go to closed session. Started. Sorry, we're a little bit behind schedule, just getting everything handled to try to get back in here. So before we get started today, as is our tradition, Councilmember Clark will offer a prayer.
Our dear Father in heaven, we are grateful for this opportunity to come together as friends and neighbors to conduct the business of this city. We ask that that would help us, that we can be good listeners and that we might have good ideas. And please bless those who serve our community, especially our first responders and our military. We say these things in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, we will go ahead and call this meeting to order at 7:05, the council meeting. And as we get started, I've invited local school teacher Charlotte Ducos to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. Turn the mic on.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
I should have clarified our local high school government teacher. Thank you, Ms. Ducos. One of the item of business that I wanted to mention as we get started tonight and have some recognitions coming up is to recognize our own, some of our own additions, specifically our communication manager who's with us, Mr. Kyle Ireland, who's accepted the new position. So thanks for joining us. Stand up and if you see things on Facebook or whatnot, he could be behind some of that. So he's the guy. There are no other information items that I know of, right? And so we'll go ahead with item 7A, which is a recognition from our fire chief, or sorry, our first responders, whichever you guys fight that out. So, okay, we'll see.
Don't do that to him.
Little bit of an inside joke. You guys see who shows up first, right?
Yeah, well, yeah. Brett was just telling me about that, so yeah, he's a great second responder for fire. Mayor Gray, council members, Mr. Reeves, welcome. Mr. Hewish to the council, and I haven't met you yet, but it'll be a pleasure to get to know you. My name is Eric Knutson. I'm the chief deputy here out in Eagle Mountain, assigned to Eagle Mountain from the sheriff's office. Couple things I wanted to cover. We talked about this a while ago. I just want to take a minute. It'll be brief tonight, but I want to introduce you here in just a moment to one of our deputies that works out here. I talked about it before. It's just you guys getting a chance to get to know some of our deputies. And I got a special person I want you to meet tonight that's been with us for a couple years out here in Eagle Mountain. But before I get to that, every year we provide some statistics to the sheriff. The sheriff provides it to the commissioners for the state of the county address. I create a form. Each of the divisions creates a form. It gives all the stats, and it kind of gives a year in review of what we've accomplished and what, the stats of what's happening. I'm going to provide that same information to the sheriff soon. That'll get provided to the commission. I'm going to send you a copy of that, and it's just going to give all the stats. It's going to give a year in review about some of the things that we've done. In particular, it won't give you a lot of details about the cases we responded on, but it'll give you some details just to give you an idea of some of the stuff that we're involved with or participating in. On there, you're going to see 3 specific life-saving events, and this is why I want to bring up Deputy Brunig. Carly, will you come up here for a second? So as Deputy Brunig comes up, she's been with the sheriff's office for about 2 years now. Prior to that, she was with Salt Lake City PD. She worked quite closely with some of your narcotics and your vice deputies or officers there. Prior to that, she served in the military for 12 years? 11 and a half-ish, somewhere in there. She's been a great addition out here in Eagle Mountain for about the last 2 years. Extremely proud of her and her accomplishments, but in this little sheet that you're going to get, it's going to talk about 3 legitimate life-saving awards. I'm not going to talk about them completely in detail, but I'll tell you, now I've been told you struggle a little bit with direction, which way, north, south, east, west. Is that true?
The Pony Express drives me nuts, yeah.
All right, yeah, so she's a little bit directionally challenged. But what's fun in this particular, not fun, what's interesting in this case, she had 3 hot calls that came out that she was the first to arrive on. One involved a young lady that was going through some mental crisis that actually went into her room and hung herself. And Carly showed up and cut her down and saved her life. Fairly recent, we had a shooting that occurred out here just before Christmas. Carly was one of the first to arrive, and you had an adult male that was struck by a bullet, was pretty much lifeless, has some severe permanent injuries. She showed up and provided some life-saving measures to stop the bleeding, brought him back to life with the help of others as well. And then after that, there was another gentleman who was going through another mental health crisis that decided to try to end his life with a gunshot wound. She showed up and again applied pressure to the wound, was able to stop the bleeding and save the person's life. 3 legitimate life-saving awards by Deputy Brunig over the last year. Amazing talent. She's an amazing deputy, and this is the type of caliber of people you have out here in Eagle Mountain, and we're proud to have her as part of the sheriff's office and part of Eagle Mountain. So thank you, Carly. Appreciate you. Okay. Lieutenant Eccles, can you come up here, please? When did you go into the academy?
2000.
In the year 2000, I was teaching at the Police Officer Standards and Training Firearms. I still do to this day. And he came through the class, and we kind of built an instant friendship. Had some trials right at the beginning. But
PTSD still.
yeah, sorry. I created some issues for him. But BJ is a phenomenal guy. I've known him for a long time. He has been working out in Eagle Mountain, assigned to Eagle Mountain one way or another, from a patrol deputy to a detective to a sergeant and then to a lieutenant. He has served Eagle Mountain for 18 years, dedicated to the city, dedicated to the citizens who live here, and has been a staple to this community. What happens in the sheriff's office that you guys realize, a lot of us realize, is change happens and job opportunities come available. Lieutenant B.J. Eccles has accepted the new position at a new position at the sheriff's office as the division, investigations division commander. He will oversee your Utah County Special Victims Task Force, the Officer Involved Critical Incident Team, our investigative units, both property crimes, SVU, and our narcotics unit, and our crime lab. And so I hate to lose BJ, but this is a great career move for him and I'm excited for him. We want to present BJ with a plaque for his, you guys can see it here. It talks about his dedication to the Sheriff's Office and to Eagle Mountain City over the last 18 years. Again, for those of you that have been here for a long time, know that he's a staple to Eagle Mountain. Reliable, dedicated, and BJ, well, you'll be missed, but congratulations.
Thank you.
Hold on. I'm going to leave it to BJ to say a couple words, and I will step down. Okay, don't be ready.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, city staff, and our residents of Eagle Mountain. Thank you for the moment tonight. I've tried to prepare for this, but the truth is, after 18 years of service, there's no way to put into words what this city means to me and what this community truly means to me. Eagle Mountain has never just been a place where I worked. It's been a place where I grew up professionally, the place where I learned hard lessons, the place where I was tested, the place where I was humbled, and the place where I found purpose. When I first began serving this city, Eagle Mountain was still finding its way. We were a smaller community, about 20,000 residents. You could feel the closeness. People knew each other, people looked out for one another. Now the city has grown to around, I'm saying 77,000. It could be even more, a few less. And that kind of growth doesn't just change roads and buildings, it changes everything. It brings opportunity, but it also brings pressures. New needs, new challenges, higher expectations, and through it all, I've been honored to stand in my role and do my best to serve this community and serve it faithfully. Over these 18 years, I've gotten to know the citizens out here. Sorry. I've gotten to know the citizens here, and I will never forget you. I've met families when they were celebrating some of the happiest moments of their lives, and also I've met families in the moments of heartbreak, moments no one will ever want to face. I've been here for the hard times. I've seen fear, pain, loss, uncertainty. I've worked cases that followed me home, cases that stayed with me long after the paperwork was complete, cases that changed the way I see the world. And those cases didn't just define my career, they helped define who I am as a person. Because when you serve a community long enough, you don't just witness people's lives, you carry pieces of them with you. And I will carry Eagle Mountain with me for the rest of my career and life. But there were also so many good times out here. Some of the proudest moments were not even written in my job description. They were simply part of caring about where I lived and who I served. For city staff, Finn, Brad, Mac, we were the first probably co-ed softball team representing Eagle Mountain here just up Corey Wright Park. It might seem like a small thing, but it brought people together. It created friendships, laughter, connection, and those are the moments that remind you why communities matter, why service matters, and why people matter. And I'll always be proud to have been part of the first city rodeo, Mayor. I'm pretty sure I was here during that time. That wasn't just an event, it was an Eagle Mountain showing the world who we are. Strong, hardworking, full of heart, and proud of our roots. Through challenges and triumphs, the city has built something special. And what I want to say tonight, more than anything, is thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the City Council and this leadership for the trust you've placed in me. Thank you for the hours you've spent guiding this city forward. Thank you for choosing to lead, even when the decisions were difficult and the path wasn't clear. To my fellow city staff, each one of you on the back, and public servants, my friends, my law enforcement friends, my fire friends, thank you for our partnership. Behind every success story in a city, there are people working quietly, tirelessly, and selflessly to make sure things move forward. And to the citizens of Eagle Mountain, thank you. Thank you for letting me serve you. Thank you for believing in this city. Thank you for raising your families here, building businesses here, planting roots, and never giving up what Eagle Mountain could become. I have watched this place grow from a town into a city. But what has always mattered most has never been about the number of residents. It's been about the character of the people. And I want you to know something from my bottom of my heart. It has been one of the greatest honors in my life to serve Eagle Mountain. This community has shaped my career, strengthened my heart, and made me a better law enforcement professional and a better person. So tonight, as I step away from this role, I do it with pride, and I do it with gratitude. But also I do it with emotion, because leaving here means leaving a part of myself behind. Still, I leave knowing Eagle Mountain's best days are ahead because of you. And I'll close with this. A life of service is not measured by what you've taken from the community, but what you leave behind it. May the city continue to grow with wisdom. May your homes be filled with peace. May your families be protected. May your leaders have strength and courage. And may Eagle Mountain always be a place where neighbors look out for one another, where our children are safe to dream, and where people are proud to call this home. I want a special thanks to my mom and dad and my wife, Chief Knutson, Lieutenant Robinson, Max, and the rest of Chief Brett Fossum. I want to thank them. They're my family. In closing, God bless Eagle Mountain. God bless every family in this city. And thank you for the 18 unforgettable years.
Thank you. Hey, BJ. I think Bailey left, but you're just going to have to use your phone. This is what happens. Oh, you're back. I didn't see you. So turn around right here. We'll just stand up back here and get a quick picture presenting that plaque. Do we need to go one side or the other? Or? Okay. Sorry, Bailey, I didn't see you. I thought you were gone, so glad you were still here. Just real quick, I think it's an opportunity for personal privilege. If anybody wants to make a comment based on those comments, and thank BJ for his service. So,
BJ knows this, and I'm glad to see your dad sitting there today. You all know I'm the biggest crybaby that exists up here on the council, so I'm gonna try and hold it together. Your dad won't remember me, but I played. I called him coach when I was playing football at American Fork as a sophomore, and he actually taught me how to drive. Yeah. So if you don't like the way I drive, you can blame it on Coach Eccles. Okay. But I just want to express my gratitude to BJ for his service here, for the friendship that you and I have developed. Frankly, just for your lifelong willingness to serve. Thank you.
No promises, I'm just gonna be a boob. BJ has come to my house multiple times. He's been in my neighborhood a lot lately. As have the other first responders. We take ownership of our first responders in Eagle Mountain. They're part of us. And it's hard to lose people that we developed a relationship with. Thank you isn't gonna do it. We appreciate helping us to build this community. We hope you find your way back. We wish you all the very best. They're getting one of our most excellent officers. Thank you for your selfless service here. We love you in Eagle Mountain.
I just want to ask a question. You weren't serving an arrest warrant, were you? I'm just teasing. I know you weren't.
I'd just like to add that I've had interactions with both officers that were here tonight, and one of them I don't think it was never in handcuffs. Not sure about the other, but you know who you are. No, I've had lots of opportunities with BJ. We've had some mutual friends. We spent a lot of time on the golf course and getting to know each other on a personal level, so it's been fun, and definitely appreciate the level of service and the commitment to our community. And so on behalf of the city, we have one more thing to present. These are new with our new logo, but our city coins. These are hard to come by. There's not very many of them in circulation, and we wanted to give one to BJ. So. Okay. Thank you. So we're going to move on, and this part's going to take some explaining, so I'm going to read some things, and then I'm going to come back and reiterate how we're going to move forward. It's going to be a little bit out of our tradition. So time has been set aside for public comment. We're going to do that a little bit different tonight, but to start with, if you intend to make public comment, there are forms in the back, in that corner, in that blue folder, or near that blue folder. Please fill one of those out. As a reminder, public comment is an opportunity for community members to address the City Council, and each speaker will be allowed up to 3 minutes. If you wish to speak during the public hearing time, please complete the public comment form and return it to our city recorder. When recognized, please come to the podium, state your name for the record, and and note any organization affiliation. Council members will listen but will not engage in discussion during public comment. Disruptive behaviors, personal attacks, or comments about individual city employees are not permitted. Lastly, public comment period is for items not associated with scheduled public hearings. If your comment relate to a public hearing item, please wait until that item is called. And the public hearings for tonight's meetings are items 13A and 13B, which are an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City amending Municipal Code 17.80, and also an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, section 15.80, 17.10, 17.25, and 17.100 regarding slopes. So with that said, there's also items 13C and D that are not public hearings. However, in our work session, it was requested that the public be given an opportunity to speak after the item has been presented. That has been granted. So if you're here to speak on items 13A or 13B, please hold your comments until those items are called. If you're here to speak on items 13C and D, you're welcome to make comment now or when the item has been presented. Either way, but you only have one opportunity to speak. So hopefully that's clear. Any questions? Did I explain that well? Okay. With that, we'll start our public comment. And I know there's some emails. If they're pertaining to items 13C, we'll read those during that public comment time. Otherwise, are there any others? And I need to open our public comment at 7:26. Are there any so far?
Yes, we do have one from Jill Jones, not related to 13C and D. She does not request to speak, but she stated, number one, Mount View corridor going down from Eagle Mountain to South Jordan signs to be descriptive by nearest city and city that you depart from. Number 2, also the divider of Pony Express to have more lighting in certain dim areas. And number 3, community pool small by the new city hall, please.
Okay, are there any others?
I have no others outside of 13C and D.
Is there anyone else that was here that is expecting, okay. If you wouldn't mind turning your form into the recorder?
I
You-
already did. I already turned my form in.
It was in the group with the other ones. I assumed it was 13C and D, but if it's not, I will pull it out.
Okay, thank you. No, go ahead.
No, yeah, you're good.
You're good right now.
My apologies. Tiffany Walden.
My name is Tiffany Walden. The companies I manage have invested significant assets in this community
Can we
and
pull
still
the
do.
microphone up? Make sure the recording is caught. Thanks.
Does my time start now? The companies I manage have invested significant assets in this community and still do. The decisions made by this council affect not just me, but every resident who lives in the city that my family helped build from the ground up. Since the very beginning of this city, I have watched multiple elected officials misuse their position and turn around and blame the Waldens. Some of what's been written about my family is true, and most of it is not. But what is true is the Walden family is regularly used as a scapegoat for decisions made by city leadership that have cost this community millions of dollars. At the core of this issue is something very simple: fiduciary duty. But another important concept is accountability, especially to the taxpayers and the citizens you serve. Paying six-figure salaries with benefits for part-time work while not fully understanding the budget is not serving the community. Selling water to developers without having them put in the infrastructure to get to the city does not serve the community. It makes me physically sick to think about the future of the city when financial decisions are made without accountability. My family built the infrastructure, the roads, the parks, the utilities. My dad gave the city to the power company to the city so that you would have continued revenue. The city made a horrible decision to sell the revenue source and build a park instead. Now the city begs for power, has allowed assets to deteriorate, and the residents are taxed for things that should already be maintained. Cities don't build cities, developers do. Cities are meant to be thoughtful stewards of what is built. That relationship requires trust, competence, accountability, and integrity. Instead, members of this council blame developers for their own poor decisions. It is up to you to make the city safe. Maybe instead of benefiting yourselves with employee benefits, you could take that $125,000 and put it towards a police force. Instead of considering an expense to put the Eagle back up, you can take the efforts to protect victims of domestic violence. In fact, my family gave that Eagle to the city. Give it back to us and we'll put it up. We'll put it in its original and proper
30
place.
seconds remaining.
It's time to be responsible to protect the citizens you serve.
Okay, thank you. Are there any others that, okay. Do you have a form? Just state.
It's on the Anthony Castillo, it's not part of 13.
Okay, come on up and state your name, please.
Anthony Castillo. It would be really quick. It's in regards to social media. I know like a lot of you guys block and basically block citizens from seeing your posts or anything else, and I feel that it's not conducive. A lot of us do talk, and it's like, hey, do you see this person? So like, no, I haven't seen this person post anything at all. And then come to find out, oh, you've been blocked. Here's the thing, it's how we get the information that you guys are providing to us, especially if it's on the citizens page. So if I'm hearing it from someone else, but I can't find it, and I'm speaking, as a resident, then that's an issue because you guys work for us. So why are you guys blocking citizens? Even though you might have an issue with that person or persons, but to block them and to not be able to see your post in regards to events going on in the city, it's just, I guess, childish is the best way to put it, and unfair. But if you guys can, go through and unblock people that you guys have blocked, so that way we can start seeing your post, that'd be great. That's all I gotta say.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else who want to speak on anything other than items 13A, B, C, and D? Okay, now if I understand it right, does it require a motion to leave public hearing, or sorry, the public?
Yeah, I would just motion to table it to later in the meeting.
Mayor, I move that we table public comment until later in the meeting.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Motion from Councilmember Clark and a second from Councilmember Whiting. And we'll start the vote with Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Okay, public comment has been suspended for now, or at least put on pause. I don't want to say a word I'm not supposed to. And now it's time for the city council to make comment. And I'm going to start on the other side. Mr. Hewish, let me put you on the spot. You have anything to say? You know what? I'm going to skip you and come back. Mr. Wood, we'll start right here. Give you a chance to think.
Thank you for coming. I've said this before, I appreciate when everybody comes here to tell us your opinions, to tell us what we're doing right, what we're doing wrong. We don't get better if we don't know where we're weak. Grateful for the first responders, everything that you do for our community. I'm grateful for the leadership that you provide here. I'm grateful that Councilmember Clark suggested that we open the public comment. This isn't normally a public comment section. It's way out of the normal way of doing things, and I think that shows to you that we're not afraid to have the conversations that are the hard ones. We want to hear what you guys have to say, so thank you for coming. We're looking forward to hearing from you.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes, thank you. So I was not physically present, Councilmember Hewish, when you were sworn in. I was attending electronically, but just wanted to take that opportunity to welcome you to the council, and I'm grateful for the financial expertise and other background that you bring to the council. Likewise, I was honored to hear, regarding Deputy Brunig and Lieutenant B.J. Eccles, and I love what you mentioned, Lieutenant Eccles, about life as service is not what you take, but what you leave behind. And the comment that I have to that is, I hope that each of us is living a life where we're not just leaving footprints in a melting snow. It's very clear that these two individuals that were recognized earlier, they are the individuals that are making a difference that's long-lasting, and I would encourage each of us to envision a life and try to live a life such that we're not just leaving footprints in a melting snow.
Thank you, Councilmember Wright.
Welcome. It's good to see you here. Grateful for the opportunity we're going to have some dialogue and to hear from you. I heard from quite a few of you and expect to hear more, and I'm grateful for that. I want to speak to my friend Tony and just tell him I don't even know how to block someone on Facebook. So I'm just gonna. And that's okay with me if that's on the public record, because I don't. I'm not a big social media guy, and I don't spend my time there. But my phone number is listed on the city's website, and so is my email. And if you reach out to me, I'm happy to interact with you. So thank you for each of you for being here. I want to, I think I'm going to take just a minute of personal privilege, Mayor, and just express my gratitude once again for those who made Eagle Mountain a reality, including the Walden family. I love Eagle Mountain. It's my home. It will be the place that I hang up my spurs, and I don't even have spurs. And I just want to say that because I love this valley, this city, and what it is, and the people that it has attracted. It's the people that make Eagle Mountain what it is. Thank you for being here.
Thank you, guys. Thank you all for being here. It was really neat to see two of our officers recognized tonight. I'm grateful for all that their families bring too. I'm grateful to see so many residents here. I know that you guys are super excited about the slope code, and that's why you're all here. But in all seriousness, I did ask Mayor Gray, and I'm super grateful that he allowed us to do this, where you could get the presentation about some of the items that we're going to consider tonight. And then after hearing the details of it, then you can get up and share your opinion about it. We are really lucky in our city because we have code that allows 2 council members to put something onto the agenda, and it allows us to be legislators and bring something forward. But it doesn't mean that it's at its final state when it gets put on an agenda. That's the really cool thing about having a body of 6 people up here, is that we all bring our different perspectives, and our life experience and the way that we solve problems, and we bring it all together and we make something even more amazing because we work together on it. And I'm excited to see what ultimately we get to do this year as a body and the work that we can do with your input here in this community. And I would just say, give us a chance. We're working through things, and there's lots of new things that we're trying to figure out. And we're super grateful for your phone calls and your emails and your texts and reaching out to us to help us understand your perspective and your point of view. So thank you all for being here, and thank you to my fellow council members.
Thank you. Now, Mr. Hewish, you don't have to, but your turn.
Thank you, Mayor Gray. I wasn't sure what you were wanting me to do there, so. I wanted to just share a couple thoughts. The first one is to be careful. A few years ago, I stood at this podium. I was addressing the council about a road we were having issues with on Airport Road, having a light, speed limit issues. And I brought my whole neighborhood in here several times. Many of you have probably done that at one time or another. Just be careful. You might end up here one day. I feel more comfortable on that side than I do over here. It certainly is a humbling experience to be with this body and to be among my peers. I wanted to just share a quote that I read over the weekend by Calvin Coolidge. He said, "Our country was conceived in the theory of local self-government. It has been dedicated by long practice to that wise and beneficent policy. It is the foundation principle of our system of liberty. It makes the largest promise to the freedom and development of the individual. Its preservation is worth all the effort and all the sacrifice that it may cost." And that means a lot to me. That's what we're here tonight. We're locally self-governing ourselves, and we appreciate the input, we appreciate the feedback, and I look forward to our conversation this evening, and just welcome everyone. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll just add a brief comment to welcome everyone, and thanks for coming and participating. And I love seeing familiar faces and the support and encouragement, and also to all of our public servants who are here, and the service that you give to both our community and to us to keep us safe and healthy and educated and whatever it is that you're working in. So thank you for your service. And I would be remiss to ever say that the rodeo didn't start before me with Mayor Jackson and Councilmember Burnham and those others. I was just lucky to be in a place that I could pick up the slack and keep carrying it forward. So I would recognize those who have also had a hand in that, and what a great thing we've created out of all of Pony Express Days. So thank you for being a part of the process. With that, we will continue on. The next item is our consent agenda. We've talked about our consent agenda. It's a real heavy lift, so if there are any questions, I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we approve the consent agenda, noting the one minor typo that Councilmember Wright brought up in the work session.
Second. Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Wright, and we'll begin the voting with Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
And Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
And Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Okay, that motion passes. Okay, scheduled items. The first one is a public hearing. This is an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code 17.80.080 regarding directional signage relating to data centers and large-scale development projects. And we have a presentation with Mr. Limps, one of our planners.
It's actually layman's, but that's okay. They both work. I'm used to it. It's okay. Right. We'll start back up here. So, again, as mentioned in the work session, the purpose of this code amendment simply to allow our developments in the RTI overlay zone, our data centers, and other really large-scale development projects the ability to place signage elsewhere in the city in the hopes to direct their traffic, their trucks, their employees, their trades, anybody who's working on those sites, hopefully off of our main roads to help reduce the impact on those roads and the traffic that they're creating. So let's get down to the meat of it here. Again, it's specific to those two areas. This does stay at a staff level of approval, and like almost all of our signage. You'll see highlighted are the changes that, based on the comments on the work session, that were added, that we want aerial views of where these signs are going to be, is including photographs or whatever they want to provide of the site at a closer point. We do want them to submit what materials they're going to be made out of, as well as what the graphic will look like. So that was in there. In the size of them, it's similar to a lot of our other signs throughout the city. And then, again, so it was already in there that they had to be maintained in good repair. We did add that we want materials that are going to be able to withstand weather. They're not going to deteriorate. If they do, again, they have to be maintained in good repair. The owner of the signs is responsible for doing that. And then the last addition there, that, oh, this didn't highlight, sorry. That following the expiration, so when the site's finished developed or their agreement has expired with the city, they have 30 days to remove that sign. So, is that, and then if you have any other questions based on those or any other things that came up?
I think you hit everything that we brought up. Thank you.
Because I feel like I was missing something, so I'm glad I got it
I
all.
think that's everything that I had written down.
I just have a question that I wanted to pose to you guys as we talked about this 30-day expiration. If they're done, what's the penalty if they don't clean that up? Are we gonna be holding a bond?
Do we need to put that in a fee schedule of some sort or refer to it?
And we have, our fee schedule has sort of a catch-all that says this is a fine for other violations of city code that aren't specified.
Does that need to be referred to on this?
It doesn't need to be.
Okay.
It can be.
Okay. Are there any questions then, before we go to public comment, or the public hearing, I wanna hear from any questions for Mr. Stephen? Okay. This is a public hearing, so we will open the public hearing at 7:45. And nobody came, Melissa, nobody came to talk about this one.
We probably calmed them down with our comments.
Oh, okay, that's it. Okay, then at 7:45, we will close the public comment and bring it back to the council for either discussion or a motion.
Mayor, will you entertain a motion?
Yes, please.
I move that the city council approve an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Section 17.80.080 regarding directional signage related to data center large-scale development projects with the edits that are presented on the presentation now.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Whiting. Is there any discussion on the motion? Any questions? Okay, we will start the vote with Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
And Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Okay, next item. 13B, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code, Section 1580, 1710, 1725, and 17100 regarding slope development. Mr. Senior Planner Robert Hobbs has a presentation.
Council, as we discussed during work session, city staff was directed to introduce some language into our municipal code that causes that any property or property area that has a slope at or exceeding 25% be disallowed from being altered in any fashion or developed upon. Staff inserted that language in the draft amendment that you have in front of you, and as we discussed during work session, there are a few changes that would help refine that proposal and do so on a more holistic basis throughout the 4 sections of code that we found required, we thought, some modifications, both to provide additional clarity, to add the language council wanted, and to eliminate a drawing that's in the wrong place and now will probably be going away altogether, and changing a definition. Staff took notes regarding the changes sought, and as discussed, we intend to bring that back to your next meeting in February. Any questions? Scrolling through the changes, you see everything, of course, that you have in your packets, but for the public to see what was involved, underlined language is proposed as new, strikeouts, of course, being that which will be eliminated, and everything else staying as is.
Okay. Is there any questions or any comments before we have the public hearing? You guys good? Okay, this is a public hearing, and at this time, we'd like to open the public hearing at 7:48 for all of those who are here to speak on this item. Lacey? No one? Is there anyone here that came specifically to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing at 7:48 and bring it back to the council for any discussion or...
I have a question, Marcus, where the staff intends to bring it back. Do you want us just to table it?
Yeah, I mean, in order to implement the changes that were talked about in work session, we would need to table it.
Okay. Mayor, will you entertain a motion? I move that the city council table an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, amending the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code sections 15.80, 17.10, 17.25, 17.100 regarding slope development.
Second?
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Clark. And we'll start the voting with Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
And that motion passes. Okay, item 13C, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, repealing and replacing Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Section 2.10 regarding powers and duties of a mayor. This item was brought forward by council members Rich and Wood. That was a process in our code allowing council members to bring legislative issues. What did I say? Isn't that? Rich and Wood.
We're both Councilmembers Wood.
I see. In my mind, I said it perfectly. Wood and Wright. And this is part of the process that was alluded to earlier with Councilmember Clark. So I've loved this process, and so we'll go ahead and turn the time over to Councilmember Wood for any presentation.
So I'm just going to introduce kind of the history behind this. This is a code that I personally have talked to 3 different councils about this. My first iteration of this was 2021, I believe. I'm working with previous council member Curtis, working through some language on this. Kind of the genesis of where this came from, and I think that you're owed an explanation as to why we're considering any of these things. Our current code has a problem with it. It creates 2 masters, both the mayor and our city manager. That creates some complicated things for accountability for a mayor. It also creates a very difficult situation for a city manager of who they're responsible to. We've talked about a lot of different iterations of how this should look. Every council member, with the exception of our 2 new council members, and including Mayor Gray, have been part of this discussion for the last few years about what the best way to do this. I want to share some conversations about the genesis of how we wanted to do this in the first place. This was with the previous mayor and Mayor Gray. At the time, Councilmember Gray and I had a discussion, and he said he would not support any code that the intent was to bring harm to our current mayor. So we kind of started with that point in mind, is how to do this where it was not punitive, that followed the state code. So when I wrote this last iteration of this, I tried to follow the state code as closely as possible. With the 6-member council, there are 2 options for executing executive power. When you, in 2008, when they dismissed the council manager form of government, they basically said, if you have that, you can continue on. If you don't, you're a 6-member council, or you have to change to a council, a mayor-council form of government, which separates the 2 powers. We have been a bit of a hybrid, not entirely in 2000, I want to say it was 2006, and then in 2018, that was ratified where all of the executive authority went to the mayor. The problem is there's no checks for that. With the council, the mayor-council form of government, there are checks in place because it's been separated. You have veto and an overriding ability to vote to override that veto. The way that we have been functioning has created some internal problems of how and who is in charge, who should make the decisions, et cetera. So this is an attempt to try to clear that up. Going to the other option that the State Code 103B303 allows for, the city council can withtract the executive authority back into the council and then delegate executive and administrative authority to a city manager. That does not preclude any of the things that the mayor is going to do as part of the 6-member council. They just will not do the day-to-day operations any longer, and as before, they don't have a vote in the 6-member council unless they're breaking a tie or if they are dismissing or hiring a city manager, and that's actually dealt with in 103B302. I know there's been a lot of talk about nefariousness, and man, I've taken some shots over the last few days, and I'm okay with that because I think when you don't understand why, it's very easy to assign ill intent as though we're trying to harm each other. I think if you've been paying attention at anything, Jared Gray's my friend, and I've been working very diligently to get him elected this last year. So to assign that somehow I'm trying to bring harm to him is silliness. This code has to survive all of us. That has always been my intent. When I'm not here, when the mayor, our current mayor is not here, what is the best way to govern, to leave it better than the way we found it, and to allow our staff to find some consistency within the code? I believe this is that way. Councilmember Wright was willing to support me in putting this on the agenda. Thank you. So we will deal with these individually, just so you're aware, because it is changing the mayor's authority. He has the right to vote in the adding or taking away of any of his responsibilities. And the second section that we will look at, the form of government, the city council and the city manager will just be the 5 members of council.
So, Rich, there are parts of that absolutely affect the mayor's authority.
As soon as the mayor has removed all of his executive authority, there is no authority left.
The mayor would vote on that, and we can go line by line if you'd like, but there are parts in there that definitely take duties that currently belong to the mayor and give them to others.
If all the executive authority has been removed, there's no more authority, right?
So, for example, the mayor appoints with advice and consent certain people, and that is changed in 2.16.
That's
one
correct,
example.
but the state code
So that
allows for
would-
that to be removed,
Right, so the mayor would vote on that, is what I'm saying.
even though the executive authority has already been retracted back to the
Correct.
council.
Because the mayor, the code says in 2.17, I think, where it talks about, let me see, sorry.
You're referring
In
to our
short-
code, but our code will change because of that.
2.17, the mayor appoints certain people.
Correct.
That would be changed not by 2.10's changes, but by 2.16's changes.
Explain that, because if the executive authority has already been changed and retracted back to the council, there is no other authority except for what's in the state
So
code.
2.17 says that the mayor appoints with advice and consent all statutory officers.
I understand that.
That is not changed by the changes to 2.10. All it says is the mayor, that we're taking the executive authority, is being taken to the council or taken back, if you will.
And what authority would that
And
be then?
2.16 is where the change as to how these people are hired. That occurs in 2.16, not in 2.10 changes. So that is one example. There are other examples. The mayor sets the agenda. That's changed in the changes in 2.15, I think. There's a number of things we can go through line by line if you want, but there are absolutely changes to the mayor's authority.
Oh, I don't disagree with you, but
So the mayor
once
would-
that's been changed, though, that authority no longer exists, correct?
So again, what you're saying, once what's been changed, the taking back of the executive authority, that's just a general taking back. There are specific grants of authority that still exist in our code that aren't changed until you make those changes in the second item on the agenda. So the mayor would have to vote on that for it to be legally binding. Otherwise, you subject it to very severe legal infirmities that the mayor could challenge it, and that creates problems.
Can I weigh in here, please? I want to just start with a statement. Councilmember Wood's correct. I absolutely am willing to put something on the agenda and make sure that we have the opportunity for some public discourse. And I want to begin by just reading perhaps a statement and sharing some thoughts. So I hope that if you've come this evening to see confrontation, disharmony, and discord, that you've come to the wrong place. I'm going to say that. That's why I stepped in. My hope is that we can begin the public conversation to consider a significant structural change to the way we function as a municipality. I hope that we can do that in a manner that demonstrates the mutual respect that we have for one another as elected officials, for you, our constituents, and for our very capable and dedicated staff as we consider this legislation. What does this legislation contemplate? It contemplates the returning of the executive authority from the mayor to the city council, his function and power. You see, that authority, power, and function was given by ordinance to a mayor many years ago by a then sitting mayor and council. They obviously agreed at the time that utilizing it in that way was in the best interest of the municipality and its citizens. There's been some question as to whether or not the council has the ability to do this. I would just point you to section 10.3B.104 of the Utah State Code, which defines the powers and duties of the mayor in a 6-member council form of government. One of the questions that has arisen is, are we contemplating a change in the form of government? The answer to that is absolutely not. Regardless of the outcome of any of the items on our agenda tonight, we will remain a 6-member council form of government. In that same section, 10.3B.104, subsection 2, it states that the powers and duties in subsection 1 of 10.3B.104 are subject to the council's ability to limit or expand the mayor's powers and duties under the state code 10.3B.303 2BI for a municipality operating under the 6-member council form of government. I think that's why there's some back and forth between Marcus and Councilmember Wood. It's just having a clear understanding of who votes and under what circumstance, and there's no question in my mind that the Utah State Code gives our mayor the right to vote anytime that his powers, duties, or authorities are questioned or modified. So I'll defer to our legal counsel as to his interpretation of that. I think the bigger question is why? Why consider it at all? Why should we even enter into this space and have this conversation? And I'm going to share with you a couple of substantive outcomes that I hope it will produce, because I am in favor of doing this. Is it ready tonight? I'm not sure. Is it ready for dialogue, debate, and discussion? Absolutely, and I think that it requires that we do that. Why the purpose? Why do it at all? Why consider it, and what's the purpose of this proposed change? Number one, in my humble opinion, is to unify the vision and the goals of the elected leadership of the city of Eagle Mountain. It's to see that the direction being given in the day-to-day operations, the dedication of our staffing resources, decisions that impact economic development opportunities, that they are explored and that they are aligned with the council's vision and objectives, and is to ensure a more efficient use of the limited staffing resources that we have. And I have some very specific examples that I can share where we have found ourselves, because of an impasse, where we've had a strong executive who has legally and exercise that authority which has been legally granted to him. But the intent has been to mitigate, to slow down, to sidestep. And I don't think any of this is done nefariously. I want to state that publicly. I don't think any of this was done in a nefarious way. But the impacts to us as citizens has been that the council has spoken with a fairly united voice as to policy and projects that they wanted to see come to light and move forward. And because we've had a strong executive to whom all of the employees of the municipality report, who has the hiring and firing responsibilities for every employee in the city with the exception of the city manager who sits to my right. That is the only employee currently that the city council has any responsibility for hiring or firing. And because of that, what I have seen and what I have found is that when there are two visions that exist, the vision of a strong executive and the vision of a municipal legislative body, and they are not in harmony with one another, that it creates a divergent task. It creates a divergent direction. And who gets caught in the crosshairs of that divergent direction? It's our staff. It's the men and women who wake up every day, just like BJ Eccles, and come to work for the city of Eagle Mountain, and they're not sure which way to go or what to do or how to implement it. Because they have concerns about maintaining their livelihood and their employment. And it just brings consternation. I don't want to go into all the examples. I certainly would be willing to have a discussion with any of you to let you know some of the very specific examples that have happened. Those are the reasons why I think we're better with the municipal body making executive decisions with some checks and balances in place. I know that this man to my left is an unbelievable man, and I'm going to tell you, in the 3 weeks that I've seen him work as our new mayor, he makes me tired. I'm just going to say that. He makes me feel old, okay? He has put forth the effort and the energy that none of you will ever really see or realize, but I want you to know that I've seen that. He has raised the level of communication with me, and I think with each council member, and sought direction and input from each of us, regardless of whether he was required to do that by law. And so I just think there's a path forward to do this. I believe that the mayor can support this code or this codified direction if we can just get over the hurdle of the few things that he has concerns with. And I think that's what we should be working toward. My goal is and has always been to get a vote of a 6-0 so that we are unitedly making this decision, and we have worked through all of the details. I'm not even going to speak to the other portion of it. There are parts in part, I don't remember if it's C or D, the next item on the agenda. There are parts in that I don't support, that I'm going to argue against, and I want you to know that. But there are parts of it that I absolutely agree with. But I'm grateful that councils of the past, through the wrestles that they've had, created a provision whereby two council members could get something put on the agenda, because I'm telling you that used to be a wrestle for our council members. They'd go to a mayor, and a mayor with that executive authority would refuse to put anything that the council wanted on an agenda. And it became known as the nuclear option. That's not in the best interest of the people of Eagle Mountain for that to happen. I also know that in years past, that there's been a requirement of city council members to fill out a grandma request to seek any information of the municipality. That is not appropriate. Those are the types of battles, the types of issues that we deal with internally that we don't hang out on the laundry line for you to see. But those very decisions are impacting us internally in a negative way, and they impact our pocketbook. They make us less efficient, and they require a tremendous amount of additional tax resourcing to just do the workaround that's required to get there. So that's the reason I think this code is worthy of exploration. It's the reason that I believe we should be considering it, and I'm in favor of finding a path forward with it. If we can get to a consensus with this body, recognizing that the state code requires the following: either that the mayor and a majority of council members support it, which would be the mayor and 3, or all 5 remaining council members with the mayor voting no. So the mayor's vote's important, and his buy-in is important. We've been working on that, and I believe that we can still get there. So I'm gonna get off my soapbox, but I want you to hear that from me. And certainly, Mayor, whenever you're ready, I'm happy to hear from the citizens and hear what they have to say.
Okay, I appreciate that and appreciate the explanation. I think it's a good time for me to add a statement of my own, and then I can open it up to the council and we'll go to the public comments then. There's no question that this is something that we've talked about and explored on a case-by-case basis of the situations that we've had problems with and how can we fix them. And there's also no question that I'm in favor of finding a path forward to make sure that we unify and are able to make good decisions on behalf of our citizens and our staff specifically. That would require a much more stringent code and process in order to create that unity. For example, what I have never wanted as a mayor that currently has been possessed is the ability to specifically fire. I think some of the appointments and hiring is spelled out in state code. But what I've watched in Riverton or Harriman countless times, every time they have an election, what's going on in Vineyard right now, where they literally don't think they have anybody left besides the elected officials. And what I don't want to see is any mayor, including myself, come in and because of personalities be able to fire anybody he doesn't like. That is something that I think takes the body. Part of this code, what it doesn't contemplate, just like the manager's contract, is keeping me in that conversation. That's one of the things that I've fought for, that it requires 4. With 6 people, it would take 4, a supermajority. A tie, a 3-3 vote, which has been a question, it doesn't pass. And to me, that's the witness test, especially in the firing of some of our employees. So there's no question that I don't want that to stay as one person. I also don't want the mayor, whoever that is, to be excluded from that opportunity to decide who they get to work with and who they don't. So again, there are a lot of things, in my opinion, in this code that's presented that are very, very good and that I think we've needed for a long time. There are other things in our other code that I think are also not contemplated, how the functionality. One of the questions that I've raised is functionality of this new code. And so far it's, let's pass this and we'll figure it out. I've said, no, let's figure it out and then let's pass it. So this is not new. I've expressed my concerns. I think there's no question there's a path forward. There's no question that I respect these people that I sit up here with. The good news is as hard as this is, we'll probably go get tacos after, I hope. So, Taco Tuesday. We won't beat Chris Karn, though, tonight. Yeah, well,
Two of us with you.
So there's no question that we're going to have to make some decisions, and we're going to have to find a path forward, which I believe we can. I don't believe it's what's in front of us. I think there's a lot of work to be done. But I have faith in these people that I serve with that we'll get this figured out and we'll be able to function and operate in the best manner to serve the people of Eagle Mountain. And that's what I'm committed to do in a unified manner. And so that's my hopes, that somehow we can figure that out and we'll go from there. So I think I've been consistent in that stance and that's where I'm at. So is there anyone else that would like to make any comments? Councilmember Hughes. Go ahead.
I'm happy to. I want to start by saying that I believe in my fellow council members, and I believe that the code that's being brought forward is out of a desire to make sure that we put our city in the strongest position possible. I also believe in our mayor. I've watched him start super early in the morning and go until it's way late at night and then call me when he's done to tell me about how the day's been going. So I want Mayor Gray to know that I really believe in his ability to do this job, and I'm excited to see what he can do with our city. I believe in our staff. I think that our staff does amazing things every single day, and they are agile, and every 2 years they have to put up with new people sitting up here, and it's stressful. I freely admit that. But most importantly, I believe in you as residents, and I believe that when we hear what you have to say, both in person, at a public comment, but most importantly at the ballot box, that you guys know what you want and what you think we need as a city. But I also believe in us. I believe in a 6-member council. I believe in our ability to work together and to find the best way forward. I believe that with suggestions and insights and concerns expressed by our public and each other, that we can get the code to the best possible place. I don't think that it's ready the way it is right now. I think a lot of really great questions have been raised, and I want this to pass as a 6-0 vote, not as a 5-1 or a 4-2 or whatever. I think that we have the ability to do something special here, and I'm willing to give this the time that it takes to get it to where it needs to be. So that's kind of my sentiment, and I just want to say, Mayor Gray, I think that you're doing a fabulous job, and as everyone's kind of said, this is something that people have talked about for a while, and the implementation of it has always been like, how are we going to make this work? And I still think us working together as a body of 6 people will figure out the best way to move forward with your input and with your blessing of moving forward. So thank you.
I'll just add some comments to that, and appreciate the comments that have already been made. I'll provide a little bit of perspective. So I was on the campaign trail in each of the last 2 election cycles, and during that time I had an opportunity to converse with a lot of residents, hear a lot of your concerns. I also had opportunity to listen to the other individuals up here who campaigned during that time, and I will confirm that the discussion we're about to have tonight, it wasn't thought about overnight. And at various times, and I don't want to put words in anyone's mouths up here, but I will say that that everyone that campaigned during the last 2 campaign cycles that are up here, I heard them at one time or another suggesting modifications that would be needed to improve the results for the city and to improve the results for the citizens. Now, there wasn't anything like necessary like discussion like this has to happen or that has to happen, but that there needs to be some changes made, and I think that's what precipitated this discussion coming forward tonight. I think it would be easy as citizens to put targets on council members' backs for trying to bring this forward, but I think that it would be better said to say it takes a lot of leadership to put something forward that may be an uncomfortable discussion, and I appreciate the 2 council members that put this forward. I'm in favor of a discussion, because I think a discussion will get us to a better place. And we can't have that discussion behind closed doors. It's really difficult to do. So the only way to actually have the discussion is to put it on the agenda so we can have the discussion. So I'm confident that what will end up happening with this process is an improved capability to deliver for the citizens of Eagle Mountain. And that's really where the bottom line's got to be. It'll be better for the city. I likewise, the past few days, I've been grateful for the numerous residents, and it has been numerous that have reached out to me, and I have read every word of everything that's come to me from the citizens that have sent to me. Every resident that texted me, I texted back. Everyone that called me, I called back. I wasn't able to catch some citizens on the phone when I called back just based on different schedules, but I've spent a lot of time. It's been hours just today alone, not counting the weekend since this has come up. Reviewing insights that you as the citizens have brought to us. And multiple things came to my mind that I had not recognized or thought about when I read this initially, so I'm really grateful for that. But I'm confident this is a discussion, is a good thing for us to have. And like Councilmember Clark, I feel like the optimal solution is a 6-0 type of a vote, as opposed to one that gets divided. And I'd hope that we can reach a conclusion in that regard. So.
I just want to thank Councilmember Wood and Councilmember Wright for just giving me this nice, easy softball to hit, my first council. Just jumped right into the deep end here. The slope, this is definitely above a 30% slope here. I spent, I appreciate Mayor Gray. He stopped by my house over the weekend and dropped off this Powers and Duties book, and that's all I've been reading. I try to read a number of books every month, and it seems like this is what I'm going to be reading for the next couple years, is how the law works in municipalities.
Hey, and I want to point out, and I didn't steer you one bit. I said, I want you to read it.
I'm reading it.
And I didn't tell you, make up your own mind, correct?
He said, make up your own mind. I agree with everything that's been said. Working in a business environment, that's my framework. That's how I think about things. That's the cultivation that I've had in my career is working in business opportunities. And the thing that we really need to consider is what will strengthen the institution for the long haul. Whether we have a Mayor Gray, who I think is awesome. I've campaigned for everybody up here. I absolutely think we have with the exception of myself, we have a home run team. And I think a lot of people here believe that. But we have to think about what strengthens the institution over the long term for our staff, for our citizens. I've been on the other end when you're trying to figure out, do I call the mayor? Do I call the city manager? Do I call my park? I didn't even know we had a parks tech. I'm telling you, I have my whole phone tree built out. I've been on that side where it's a frustration. You're trying to figure out how to get sand in your volleyball court. You're trying to figure out when Airport Road opens. You're trying to figure out why did the construction company close the only egress out of my neighborhood without communicating to me. It is a huge frustration. And when you have multiple masters that staff are reporting to, it's confusing for them, I'm assuming, probably. So strengthening the institution has to be a goal for future leadership, that regardless of who's sitting in these chairs, it really won't matter, that the city will continue on in a successful way. Mayor Gray has talked about it's not ours, it's just our turn. And that is absolutely true. There will come a time when there will be turnover and will be change. And I think the goal of this, and I agree with what's been said, to get to a 6-0 vote where there's full agreement with how that balance happens. Maybe it's been too far in the mayor's side, and maybe this pulls it too far towards the city council side, but how do you strike that balance and have agreement there? I'll just maybe close with this. This is Team Eagle Mountain. That's the team I'm on. Everybody up here is on the same team, and I know all the citizens and residents are hoping that we can move forward in a strong, united way, and that's certainly my goal, my position. Thank you, Mayor.
Just before we go back to the public comment, and I'm not looking to cause any issues. I don't care if you agree or disagree or have an opinion one way or another, but I want to hear from two more people. First of all, Marcus, for the sake of the people, whether, to make sure I say this right, it's not a matter of what you agree or disagree with, but your legal interpretation of maybe the direction and help us understand what it is that we're trying to accomplish.
Yeah, I mean, I'll try to speak briefly on that. So the state code says that there are various forms of government that exist for cities. Ours is a 6-member council form of government. In the code, it provides certain default powers that are executive authority that the mayor has as sort of the statutory default, that they are subject to addition or removal by the city council with some limitations on their ability to remove certain powers. And when that happens, then the mayor would vote on anything to add or take away from his or her powers, and that's kind of what's on here tonight, is to determine what is the proper balance of those authorities that currently exist versus with the mayor versus what is a better outcome, I guess. So that's kind of what's going on here. There's certainly a lot of different ways in a 6-member council form of government to divvy up those authorities. A lot of municipalities just go with the statutory default. There are a number of them that have done what we have done in the past, which is give all executive authority to the mayor. And then there's some that have taken away executive authority, even as much as they can legally take away. And their municipalities have done that in our form of government, or in the 5-member council, which is very similar. So that's kind of what this is about, is to attempt to sort of figure out what the appropriate balance, the powers between the mayor and the rest of the council. Because the mayor, sometimes we refer to it as the mayor and the council, but the accurate term is the mayor is a member of the city council. So it's the mayor and the rest of the council.
Okay, and as we go through the public comment, I'm sure there might be some questions that you'll have to help guide us through, especially so the public can understand. And Ben, I'm going to give you a chance to say, go team, just for your sake.
Excuse me. Well, there's no doubt that it's been an honor and a pleasure working with every single one of you, and the passion. I've been a city manager for 22 years and 23 years now, and not all here, 1 year here, and this is the most engaged and passionate council that has great love for our community, and so I truly appreciate all of you and those who I've worked with over this past year as well. And I feel like over the past year, some of the conflict that maybe has been prior to my time, I feel like we've made great strides to try to overcome. And I truly respect the fact that we want to bring greater unity to our mayor and council and staff moving forward. I'm wholeheartedly in support of that. In my past cities that I've served, I've been everything from the chief executive officer on one side to the administrator, or almost like a chief of staff on the other. And I've served in various roles, and in every single role, it has always been a partnership between the mayor and the manager, where the mayor's primary regard is bringing things to the elected body and getting your input and your thoughts and your guidance, and where the mayor funnels that through to me, and I'm his partner in making it get done. I'm the guy that helps to get it all implemented. And so a healthy relationship between the mayor and manager is paramount. And I think we have that. I don't see that there's issues that we're trying to overcome in that regard. I think this is more about making sure that the mayor and the council have a good working relationship and a good framework going forward. And I think all of us are committed to getting there in a 6-0 fashion. As written, I do have concerns because as written, while it does move authority in one direction to the council and other authorities to the manager, and it shuffles things around, for me personally and for the staff, I feel as though it creates more confusion, not less confusion at this point, because I, by code, would report to the council and my day-to-day directive. By contract, would report to the mayor for my day-to-day directive, and therefore I can't ever succeed in serving you or the residents of the city. And my goal is to succeed, because I love this community as well, and I enjoy my job, and it's been a pleasure and honor serving all of you. I think we can get through it. I think we can work through it, and I'm committed to getting us there, and I'm thankful for our staff for being patient, because unrest does create concern, obviously to the residents, but even more so to the staff. And so I just say, hang on tight, we'll get there, and we have, and through any valley of change, you come out to a higher plateau, and we'll get there as well.
Okay, Marcus, some guidance on as far as reopening the public comment.
I would just, essentially make a motion to table the item and then reopen the public comment period.
Say it again.
Just table 13C or 13C and D.
I mean, we haven't started 13D yet, so it would just be 13C.
So the only.
I mean, we kind of, there's been a little bit spoken to 13D, but
Could we table 13C and have the presentation of 13D, then table 13D and open the public comment?
if that's what you want to do, you can do that, yeah.
But there's really no, if 13.
There's no additional presentation, then.
No,
we'll
and
just go to
13C, if
public comment.
13C is not going to get through, then 13D, and I hope I'm saying those numbers right, then it becomes immaterial.
Mayor, I move that we table item 13C and open the public comment, reopen the public comment.
We have a motion by Councilmember Clark.
Second. Oh, just a second.
If we table it, do we need to give some instruction to bring it back?
I mean, we're tabling, yeah, I mean, you can say table it till later in the meeting. Table it can be untabled at any time.
Mayor, I amend my motion to, I move that we table item 13C until later in the meeting.
To come back after the public comment.
Yep, to come back after public comment.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Whiting. Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
Councilmember Clark?
Yes.
Councilmember Wright?
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Okay, with that, we'll reopen the public comment portion at 8:28. And I think we can start with the emails, or do you want to do it?
We can start with the emails.
Okay.
We had 2 emails that they are not here, I don't think. Marianne Klein? I don't think so. Nope, she stated, "I'm not able to attend tonight, so I wanted to share my thoughts. I know you're getting a lot of feedback on agenda items C and D for tonight's meeting. I've been reading through things. I understand a change may be needed, but I do not believe it is to the extent that is being proposed. I have urged the council to take their time. There is value in allowing residents to give feedback as well. The best decision is one I believe the council and mayor should agree on with considered input from the residents. I don't think a decision on this matter should be voted on tonight." So that was Marion Klein. And then the second one, Sandy White, I don't think is here either. She sent a 2-page letter, so I will shorten it. The resident stated that she's a 20-year Eagle Mountain resident. She finds the timing substance of agenda 13C and D deeply troubling. She expressed concern that making sweeping changes to the mayor's authority immediately after an election while misrepresenting past support, leaving compensation unchanged, and expanding council benefits feels rushed, misleading, and unfair to both voters and newly sworn-in mayor. She also questioned shifting authority away from elected officials accountable to residents, raised unanswered concerns regarding employee status benefits, and asked what checks would exist on expanded council authority under the proposed changes. That's Sandy White.
Okay, and then we can start with the public comment.
Yep, Charlotte Ducos.
Turn the mic on, thank you.
Charlotte Ducos. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm here to give public comment on both 13C and 13D, and since I only get to speak once, I will do it all together. And I did send an email yesterday. I believe that it's been entered into the public record and included in your packet. I've reviewed the proposed code and compared it with state code, and while the majority of what is being proposed is legal according to state code, there are a couple instances, which I noted in my email, where the current wording violates state code. I'm uncertain if this was a mistaken red line. It has to do with stripping the mayor's vote in some circumstances where state code requires it. And so we just want to make sure and address that. There are a couple of times where there are inconsistencies in language code. I also called those out in my email. Just for example, in the majority of the code, it says city council has been changed to 6-member council. There are a few places where that was not done, and so we need to kind of fix some of those inconsistencies. There's also at least one place where the red lines cut out so much text that the remaining text doesn't make sense, so we just need to figure out where the actual wording needs to be, not a commentary on that particular passage, just that it doesn't make sense. So setting aside the strictly legal aspect, I have significant concerns with the changes made to the mayor's powers and duties, specifically stripping of nearly all of his delegated powers, including his designation of CEO, his agenda-making powers, and his executive authority to make day-to-day decisions at City Hall. While state code does vest all legislative, executive, and judicial powers in the 6-member council, state code also provides suggested delegation of executive duties, almost all of which this proposed code removes. This leaves an executive power vacuum at City Hall for the day-to-day workings of the city. Neither the mayor or the city manager have been delegated any enforcement powers. These have been stripped from the mayor, and the manager has only been given administrative powers if you read the code. There is nobody at City Hall during the day who has been delegated to enforce the will of the council or the city codes. Even the types of contracts the manager is allowed to sign have been pared down. To complicate this, the mayor or manager is in a situation where, if the mayor or manager is in a situation where action needs to be taken, they can't even call the council to get their will or their decision, because the state law on Fair and Open Meetings Act states that council cannot provide a vote or opinion as a whole,
30 seconds
unless
remaining.
in an open and public meeting and has been noticed. So who's making those decisions? And if the mayor and manager does it because it must be done, are they now open to lawsuits or termination, or does urgent business simply need to wait until the next scheduled meeting? There's more, but obviously time is short. I appreciate the comments that have been made that this should be a 6-0 decision. I also appreciate those who have expressed the desire to get there. I understand that there have been issues in the past, and I think that we should.
Your time is up. Thank you.
Jeff Ruth?
Lacey, while he's coming up, would you, on the next one, tell us the next person so they can be prepared?
Hello, Jeff Ruth. I didn't really plan on speaking on this because I figured, I knew 4 of you guys and watched you over the years, and I figured, they'll get it figured out. But, and I've put you guys on blast and whatnot and, worked with you. I like to consider you my friends. I hope you'll table this and work through it long and hard. It doesn't need to be decided tonight, next month. Get it right. Do it right. And really think about it, because what I've seen in Facebook the last few days, it needs to really be thought over and done properly. Thank you, guys.
So call 2.
Laura Whitney first, and then Adam Bradley will be next.
Nice t-shirt or
You like it?
sweatshirt.
Hey, you guys. Yeah, take your time. 6-0. That's it.
Okay. If you're on deck, you're welcome to move up to these forward seats next after Adam.
Brian Free will be next after this one.
If only I could be so brief. So I speak opposed to this, in opposition to this, not just the context, but also the process by which this was done. I'm surprised that this isn't required public meeting, a public hearing. Like, it really does surprise me. I know, Brett, we're not changing the technical makeup of the city, but we are changing a lot. And so I don't know what can be done if it's not required to be a public meeting. I would love to see it be a public meeting. I would love to see this not done in a vacuum, and the jockeying around with public comment and things like that. I don't know if it's possible. If it's not required to be a public meeting, if we can make it a public meeting, that would be fantastic.
Hey, can I? So
Yeah, sure.
We're in a public meeting. I think you mean public hearing.
Thank you, Mayor.
Just
Yeah,
wanted to make
that's-
sure that everybody knew
Yeah,
this is
thank
a
you.
public meeting.
Thanks for clarifying. Public, yeah, that, I don't know if it can be like reclassified as a public hearing. So thanks, Mayor. And so it's difficult as a resident to understand all of the code and all of the minutia and the inner workings of a city. If you've not sat up there And if you've not gone to staff meetings, you don't really understand it. Like, it's just sort of out of our purview. And so we rely on our elected officials to represent us, and that's America. And so I think that we could pump the brakes, slow it down, work this out, and then come to the public and work it out in the public, and then get feedback. Because I elected the mayor as it stands, not as it stands after this vote. And so I feel a little bait and switch as an electorate, as one who filled out the little bubbles. So that's a concern for me. You know, I think that the more the public is involved, the better, even if it's not required. And I'll be honest, Rich, your explanation cleared up nothing for me. Like, clear as mud. Like, I need graphs, I need charts, here's how it stands today, here's how it's gonna be tomorrow, and here's why we're changing this, and this is what, like, I need graphics. If I'm truly to understand the makeup of the city and how you wanna change it, then make it happen.
Remaining.
Talking about 501(3)(b) a subparagraph 2G, like, that doesn't mean anything to us. I don't know if it means anything to you guys. It doesn't mean anything to me. And I read it today. Fell asleep, but I read it. So anyway, I just encourage you to take the sentiments that we've all heard today of, you know, thought out, public, and do it. Do it. And make that happen. And I have full trust in all of you to make that happen. And we'll
Your time is up. Thank you.
Gary Fuchs will be on deck.
Brian Free, just to reiterate some of the, I think this is going to get tabled, so I don't think we need to worry about that. And hopefully you guys all agree, because it sounds like you want to keep working on it. So thank you for that. Bringing it to the public is doing your job, so thank you for that. Keep bringing it to public meetings. I don't like it when two guys work on something and then just work on it all together. Like, that's how things should be taken care of. But I do appreciate that it's coming forward, so good job on that. And I agree with the last comment that let's see some graphs. I mean, I'm sorry, but that's the world we live in. My son could put it together in 20 minutes for you. You know, any of these kids could. So let's get it done, because that shows us what we're looking at. Here's what we have here. You know, you got here's the council, and you show all the heads, and then here we are, and this is how it looks, this is how it's gonna look, and this is what, we see it all the time. So something like that would be extremely helpful to the public to relate it that way. We got a communications manager, he could put it together, you know, whatever. That would be great. And I love having a boots on the ground of what your sixth council. I don't see how you guys are gonna deal with things day to day with all your full-time jobs, and you're already putting in another full-time job and then adding on all the duties of the mayor. I don't see how that's possible to do that effectively. And so I think having that boots on the ground, you got one member of your council who's the mayor that's there, have him be the one, like, you know, our manager mentioned that they work together and he goes to the mayor and then the mayor takes it to you, and that you do represent each other. Somebody's got to do it, you know, and so you might as well just keep that in place so that the checks and balances are there. You know, he brings it to the mayor brings it to you, and then you take it back to the mayor, and the mayor, and it's a mess, but you got to have some structure there so that there's somebody on the ground who can deal with the day-to-day as it comes and represent you in a positive way. It's never going to be perfect no matter what you choose, but I think that's really one point that should be considered as well. So, thank you.
Mackenzie Spalding will be after this one.
Good evening. My name is Gary Fuchs. To start, I need to say the views that I'm sharing tonight are mine and mine alone. They do not reflect the views of my wife. In more than 20 years of marriage and living in Eagle Mountain, we've never voted the same way, not once. I'm here as a resident, not a proxy for anyone else, and hopefully that should keep me out of the doghouse tonight. I appreciate the service and the time you give to this community. And before getting into policy, I need to briefly correct the public record based on statements made on social media by a council member. I have shared my personal views with my wife, as spouses do. However, no internal employee policies, procedures, manuals, or non-public information was shared with me at any time. My questions and comments were based entirely on publicly available city code, the red lines, and established governance principles. To ensure my concerns were grounded and not personal, I compared these proposals with how similar council-centric models function elsewhere using AI and public policy expert friend. The issues raised are well-documented governance considerations not accusations and not based on insider knowledge. I have not alleged bad intent or wrong in doing. I've consistently acknowledged that these ordinances are legal and that this model can work when properly implemented. I do want to say this plainly. When an elected official publicly associates a city employee with a spouse's political speech or implies access to internal information without basis, it can create a chilling effect for employees and their families. Even if unintended, that risk is worth acknowledging and avoiding. Policy discussions should focus on policy, not spouses or assumptions about motive. Turning to the ordinances themselves, residents elected the mayor under a clearly defined role. Changing that role, asking why the swearing in, right after the swearing in of a mayor, is a matter of process and trust, so asking why now is fair. Functionally, these ordinances do more than reorganize code. They shift all executive authority to a city council, 6-member council, and make the mayor largely ceremonial. That's a significant operational change. With that shift come practical questions. First, decision-making speed. Part-time council members may not always be available, so without clear delegation, delays could occur. Second, staff direction. Without a clear single-voice rule, a multiple boss problem can arise.
30
Combined
seconds
with
remaining.
the Utah's Open Meetings Act, explicit safeguards are needed for public decisions and consistent staff direction. Third, compensation alignment. The proposed mayor's pay is notably higher than comparable Utah cities, and that difference deserves explanation. I'm not asking the council to abandon this model. I'm asking that if this is the direction, we slow down just enough that we strengthen the guardrails, which I've already outlined in an article online, so this model works as intended. Thank you.
Amanda Mendenhall will be after this one.
Mayor, council members, I'm here tonight to comment on proposed code changes relating to items in 13D, specifically fiduciary duty and city employees. Utah laws require governmental entities, including municipalities, to be open and transparent. There are limited sets of circumstances where records can be withheld from the public. Typically, this is criminal investigations, health records, parts of records that have confidential information, etc. But the law and public policy require full transparency with the government. So it is extremely disconcerting that this council seeks to impose fiduciary duties on city employees in what appears to be a poorly disguised attempt to muzzle them. Specifically, this council has proposed the following language. Staff has a fiduciary duty to the city. As such, they shall not share any information that compromises the city's position and that has not been authorized by the 6-member council. Why is this so distressing? First, to be a fiduciary requires an individual to act in the best interest of others. That means this person is both legally and ethically obligated to put the principal's interest ahead of his or her own. These relationships are commonly held in agent-principal relationships, such as attorney-client, real estate agent-client, director-company, and trustee-beneficiary. The reason these duties are important in those types of relationships is that the fiduciary is authorized to act on behalf of the principal. So the law places legal duties of loyalty and care, confidentiality, and requirements to act in good faith. It is extraordinarily bizarre that an employer would seek to impose such a burden and duty on its employees that are not authorized to act on behalf of the employer. Second, breaches of fiduciary duties give rise to legal claims for the beneficiary. So in this instance, any city employee who purposefully or inadvertently gives information to a third party that might compromise the city's position could be legally liable to the city for damages if the new language is adopted, even though Utah law requires the city to be fully transparent. The council should not be restricting its employees to withhold information, regardless of what information means for the city's position. Taking steps to move away from transparency is alarming. I don't know why this council is shifting responsibility to its employees and pushing less transparency by inserting this into the city's code, but I highly encourage you to oppose the language as drafted. Thank you.
Erica Douglas will be next.
I'm Amanda Mendenhall. I did not vote for you, but I didn't vote for anybody here. Everything you're trying to fix is already in state law in your own code, with the exception of being allowed full access to the books and records. But you can add that to the code and give yourself that authority. Just put it in like it is for the mayor. It's in there for the mayor. It just isn't for you. Two of you can add something to the agenda. You did it tonight. Your code says the city manager reports to the mayor. The city manager can hire and fire employees. There shouldn't be two chiefs, as you claim. Just follow the state law in your own municipal code as already written. The written purpose of the proposed changes states that it's only affirming that all executive, legislative, and administrative authority is vested in the city council. One of you misrepresented on Facebook that the code change simply returns the executive authority to the original state contemplated by Utah State Code for a 6-member council. This is false. The executive power in state law contemplates that a 6-member council will hire a manager that will help that mayor shoulder the duties and responsibilities that come with that office. The legislature makes clear that a 6-member council is legislative. It's exercising and performing legislative duties and functions of the municipality, but the mayor serves as chief executive officer with all the executive authority unless the city council strips it away by unanimous vote or the mayor's consent. This means that only in extraordinary circumstances did the legislature anticipate that a city council would take measures to modify the clear and unambiguous language and powers reserved for the mayor as codified in Utah law. And the manager reports to the mayor. It's not complicated. Perhaps instead of looking to micromanage all aspects of the city and neutering Mayor Gray, the council should be wondering why the city office isn't operating in compliance with state law and Eagle Mountain City Code. Not only is the proposed language riddled with ambiguity and provisions that violate state law, it is poorly written and contains inconsistent terms. You hired a capable city manager. You are paying a mayor a substantial salary, almost $120,000, to work in tandem with that capable city manager to execute the legislative objectives and administrative policies and procedures that you establish. Hold them accountable to work together. This is an overreaction to a prior problem. Now that Jared, Donna, and Tom are no longer a voice on this council, we're worried. I understand they oppose this change, and although Rich tried to explain away their opposition on the Facebook as a conflict of interest because they were all running for mayor, perhaps it's just because they have more experience. Maybe they don't think the best governance comes from a city council that operates in unity and silences independent thought. Perhaps the best decisions come from a council that values different opinions and insights and respects the outcome even if they don't all agree with it. Maybe the best council trusts the mayor, the city manager, and your staff as the legislature envisioned and codified. Thank you.
The last one after Erica will be Melanie Castillo.
Hi, my name is Erica Douglas. I've been a resident of the city for 16 years. I want to just echo, I feel like my statement's a little not needed now, but when I first moved here, I covered city council meetings for the Crossroads Journal. If you remember that lovely little free paper that we had, I spent a lot of time here, seen a lot of different faces up there. I've been on boards for the city, and I have struggled with some of the things that you're talking about, where there's too many people, you want to get something done and nothing can get moving because something is blocking it. And I appreciate that we want to try to make some of those changes. I do, however, think that we need to give this some more time. Just to honor Councilmember Whiting and Councilmember Hewish, who just barely got on here. Councilmember Hewish hasn't even been a council member for a week. So asking him to vote on something of this magnitude tonight seems a little irresponsible to your public, the people that you serve. Let's let him get up to speed. I'm sure he's done his best to try to do it, but if it was me, my brain would be scrambled right now. And I think that just take your time so that as a new council with a new mayor, you can do your due diligence and try to fix some of those things that we've struggled with. I have faith in all of you that you have our city's best interest at heart, and I just hope that you can take that into account tonight. Thanks.
Hey, Melanie Castillo. We've heard a lot of people talk about all the technicalities and all things like that. I've talked with several residents over the last few days, and some super simple basic questions that they had that I said, sure, I'll go. So one of the things that was mentioned quite frequently was that if we're gonna strip powers from the mayor, then we might as well make the mayor position part-time. If we're gonna make the mayor position part-time, they probably are going to have another full-time job because their salary would reflect a part-time position, and that would decrease the accessibility of the mayor. So that was a concern many people shared with me. And then who would make the day-to-day decisions? Our city councilor is gonna be expected to take a turn, spending a day or half a day or whatever, do a shift at the city offices. And then the other one was that one leader minimizes confusion. And if you have multiple leaders telling you different things, then that would increase the confusion for the staff. But those are some of the concerns that other residents shared with me that I said I would bring before the council. So thank you.
Okay, that's all the forms that we've received. Is there anyone else that did not have an opportunity to speak on this item? Now's your last chance. Are we okay closing the public comment? You guys okay? Okay. Then I'm gonna close our public comment for tonight at 8:53 and come back to the council on item 13C.
Do you care if I respond to some things?
Sure.
So, just a couple of things about the day-to-day question. Many other cities have city managers with a mayor who is not the executive of the city. The city manager is the executive and does the day-to-day decision-making. So that's a pretty simple answer. Our two neighboring cities, Lehigh and Saratoga Springs, function that exact same way. To the question about whether we should reduce the mayor's pay, we've been very clear on what we need and what we would like from this current mayor. We need money from the state. We need businesses that want to come and do things the Eagle Mountain way. We need a person sitting on the boards representing us at the county, regional level, and the state level. We have been minorly represented in the past. So if you think that that's not a full-time job, you have no idea how much time that actually takes. That person's gonna be overworked already. I mean, the reality of it is, and this isn't new, Jared and I have had this conversation, Mayor Gray, excuse me, had this conversation many times in how can we help the city best? If everybody's focused inward all the time, nobody ever is presenting the things that we need outwardly, and most of our funding comes from outward. Yes, we get some from property taxes, and yes, we get some from sales tax, but the reality is we rely heavily on the state for our funding for our roads and for the positioning of getting those roads, and that requires somebody to be doing that on a pretty regular basis. Otherwise, somebody else is doing it. We've watched other mayors in other cities that have done that, and the funds are being shifted to those particular cities with frequency. So I want to make sure you understand this is not, oh, we just started throwing things at the wall and see what would stick. With regards to the fiduciary responsibility, that's something we can certainly talk with the attorney. I think the intent there was not to put every single member of our staff in a gag order, but specifically if they're negotiating on behalf of the city, to have a fiduciary responsibility about the things that they're sharing so that they don't put us in a junior position in that negotiation. That's certainly something we can talk about. With regards to what the state code says, and Adam and Brian, we hear you. We'll see if there's some way that we can do some of those explaining. But the assertion that the body doesn't have executive authority flies in the face of at least 4 different state codes regarding 6-member councils. That's pretty clear. You can go and look at that. I think we've stated those codes with repeated frequency. And then, as far as the getting everybody into the same place, there really is only a couple sticking points. You may think that we're not on the same page, but there really only is a couple that we're trying to work towards, and that's largely, somehow I've made Jared feel like his voice did not matter in the 6-member council. And despite my best efforts, I cannot convince him of that. So shame on me. I mean, that's my responsibility in bringing something like that forward. That was never my intent. In fact, I value everything that he shares with us. He's been a confidant for years in many different aspects. The intent was never to muzzle him or to push him out of those discussions. To Councilmember Hewish's point, writing a code that survives us is not easy. If you're trying to do something based on who's sitting here, you're doing it wrong, frankly. And to be able to put something that is going to last, that is going to be good governance, that's going to create accountability, is not an easy task. We knew we weren't going to get everything right. We knew that there was going to be points of debate. We intend to get to that point where we can do what's best and the best governance. And perhaps we didn't do a great job of putting our staff at ease about how that was going to look. Because some of the things, when you're dealing with ordinances, resolutions, and policy, ordinance is really hard to change. If we're talking about the mayor's duties, you know what it takes. All 5 people have to agree, or the mayor and a majority. That is not an easy task to do. So some of those things can be dealt with policy, personnel policy, that type of thing, and that was what the intent was for us in our next meeting, where we have a chance to sit down and talk, was to talk about some of those things. And we can't really have that discussion until it's a merited discussion. Otherwise, it's just all what ifs, and that can be an incredible waste of time if it hasn't already been dealt with. So no nefariousness. I mean, I'm trying to be as transparent as I possibly can and tell you this is what my thinking has been, trying to represent the thinking of those that I've talked to. And I've talked to every single one of these members multiple times. And this code that you see before you has been across their eyes. Maybe not Zach as much as it has the other 3 here. And Craig had a little bit more than Zach did. But the other 3, we've been through variations of this for quite some time. So I just want to make sure I state that our intent is to do good governance, and perhaps that's going to take a little more time. We were trying to write it in a way that we weren't creating new problems by creating different rules that didn't exist in the state code, and we hear some of what you're saying.
So, you'll all see that we're okay disagreeing, and it's okay. It's okay. But I have 2 points of clarification for me. Both of the cities to our east will agree that they are the executive. They function differently, but they still hold the executive power. So I think if you ask Saratoga or Lehigh, the mayor holds executive power. Secondly, as to Councilmember Hewish's remarks, I remember Councilmember Bradley sitting up here, former Councilmember Bradley, and making code like we do almost in every single meeting that he hopes would last forever. And I'm not sure much of it's left. And I know Councilmember Burnham, who sat up here. And so there's no question that we want to write code that will outlast us. But the bottom line is it's up to the next council how they're going to do that. And it's up to us to figure out how to govern today and let them figure out how to govern later. So my hopes is, and I think we agree with this, so it's not much of a disagreement, is that we can figure out how to govern for us. That's a good model that could carry on for a long time. I know that we can't do anything about that. That's up to them to figure out. So my hopes is that we can figure that out, what works here for us. Any other comments? Good. I'll entertain a motion.
Mayor, I move that we table item 13C, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, repealing and replacing the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code Section 2.10 regarding power and duties of mayor.
We have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Wright. We will start with Councilmember Clark.
Yes.
Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting.
Yes.
Councilmember Wood.
Yes.
And Councilmember Hewish.
Yes.
Obviously, this didn't change anything for me, right?
I mean, technically, you're voting on, the agenda item, so I mean, I would vote on this as well.
That's 6-0.
No. No. I wanted to figure it out tonight, so I'm a no, but it doesn't matter. We can still go get tacos. All right. That motion passes. Moving on to item 13D, an ordinance of Eagle Mountain City, Utah, repealing and replacing various provisions of Title II of the Eagle Mountain Municipal Code related to the city governance. Again, this is related to item C, so is there any presentation? Would you like to? Okay. You don't have any comments? Just making sure.
No, I was gonna make the motion, but
Rich wants to make a motion.
Good?
Yeah, I'm good.
Mayor, I move that the city council table item 13D.
We have
Second, I'll sneak in there
Okay.
again.
I was giving you a little time. We got a motion by Councilmember Wood and a second by Councilmember Wright. And we'll go to Councilmember Wright.
Yes.
Councilmember Whiting?
Yes.
Councilmember Wood?
Yes.
Councilmember Hewish?
Yes.
And Councilmember Clark?
yes.
And I'm a yes as well. That carries 6-0.
6-0.
Yes. Okay. Thank you. I knew we could get through that. The next one, this hopefully is kind of short. I think it's pretty easy, but Ben and I have talked about this, a discussion about our boards. Now that we have a full board, I have a list, and I think it's been circulated, of our liaison assignments. And I think we're gonna spend more time on this as we go throughout the our retreat this weekend. So I think it really was just going to talk about the Community Enhancement Board, correct?
So, community services, but we can call it whatever you want. And I do have a presentation, but I feel like the presentation is premature. Because in all reality, I think what happened here tonight was a great show of leadership and governance and whatnot, but I think it starts here. And figuring that out solidifies where we're going, because from that, you also will determine what boards make sense to become advisory boards to give advice and direction to the council that you can consider as you make your decisions going forward. There is one board that is required, but it isn't required until we start receiving RAP tax dollars. We do need to create a new board, a RAP tax committee, or board, or however you want to call it. And in doing so, they will make a recommendation to the council on how those dollars should be used. Because of the timing of the election and the state code when it comes to when our businesses will start paying that sales tax, we won't start receiving it until April. So you have plenty of time. And of course, even when we start receiving it, we can collect it and allow it to grow for a period of time before a body gets in and starts recommending how to spend, so that we're spending real dollars and not maybe dollars that would come, if dollars that would come in the future. With that said, I just maybe want to state where this discussion is really coming from, and that is oftentimes, and I'll share this in a presentation at a later date, but oftentimes boards can become ineffective because there's not enough for them to do, and or they don't have the authority or autonomy to actually move forward. And we want to make sure that if we're going to ask our residents to spend time and volunteer, that they have something tangible that they can do and complete, and that they feel is meaningful and brings real guidance to the council. And so in my community, 2 communities ago, when we passed a RAP tax, we brought on a new community services manager, someone that really was focused on quality of life initiatives, everything that would fall under what would be considered a RAP tax. And when this individual came in, he saw that we had a senior citizens board and a recreation and sports board and an events board and a museum board and an orchard days board and a rodeo board and a youth city council and a royalty, and now we are creating a RAP tax. And when he was hired, he had so many board meetings to attend that he never saw his family. And a lot of those board meetings were not very effective. And so it was his recommendation, and the council at that time felt it was a good one, to consolidate those into a community services board. where members from each of these other boards were brought together, and they carried the same title. They were also considered the RAP Tax Board as well. So you had different interests. You know, you had bikers, and you had walkers, and you had sports and recreation, you had arts and whatnot that were all represented in how those RAP tax dollars could be used. And so that's what they ended up doing, and it created one very effective board. They still had a library board, and I'm sure they've made some changes over time to meet their community's needs. But I guess what I'm really saying is we want to make sure we're effective. And I think the council needs to figure out your roles and then figure out what boards can help you be successful. And then we bring it forth. And some of those are going to require code changes, because what we have today is in code, an employee appeals board, a redevelopment agency, Parks and Recreation Advisory Board, a library board, a recreation and sports board, a youth council, a cemetery advisory board, a military and veterans advisory board, an economic development board, and a development review committee. And not all of those are functioning, and some are functioning better than others, but not all are functioning well. We have to add a RAP tax board. Not included in code is our Citizens Advisory Council, our Pony Express events, Chamber of Commerce, the Legion, and there are other ones such as a Community Services Board like I just talked about, Historical Advisory Board, or Community Involvement Board for volunteers. So I think there's a lot to wrap around, and I don't think it's going to be tonight, but in future meetings, maybe I'll just end it there and let you kind of let that marinate, if you will.
I think that's exactly what I was looking for, is to kind of get that explanation. So that gives us a little bit heads up on what we need to maybe look forward to and try to figure out how those can kind of, to streamline and make that better. So be considering those initiatives as we move forward into our retreat, and we'll try to streamline some of our boards as well as liaison assignments, which is kind of what I was trying to figure out. We still haven't completely made, but I think until we figure that out, are we okay staying with those assignments for now until we get a little further? I keep saying we're going to give those out. And in the meantime, this is what I really wanted to ask is, I'm still on the Parks and Rec and the senior board. Are you guys okay if I maybe divide those up with these two for now and get a little help and relief?
Can we have this discussion in our retreat and talk about liaisons and the purposes? I mean,
I think that's my point. That's why
if we can have that discussion, I think that will help. Until then, sure. Yeah, and if you need help doing them, we can fill in too.
I just want to make sure that we're not missing coverage, and I don't mind. I mean, I like going with those seniors. That's the best one out there. So, but maybe I'll work on splitting up some of those duties. I think Councilmember Whiting has some of Councilmember Burnham's previous assignments, so I'll get with you on a few assignments, if that's okay. And then we're gonna have to look at schedules and figure this out. Is that right? Okay, that gives us something to think about as we go into the retreat. We'll move on to the next item. There's actually two different, because the session started today, we're gonna have two different things here. Is John here? There he is. I'm used to seeing you over here. So let's start with John and then Evan, who's been working on the session. So this is our legislative priorities, I think, and then some of the legislative state actions. No problem. Yeah, we'll have Evan go first.
I appreciate the opportunity. Just want to give you a quick update on how things are going. Obviously, things are moving pretty quickly at the state legislature level. We're doing our best. John is doing an excellent job trying to read through thousands of lines of new code and edits and bills, and it's a lot. I don't know how he does it. It would put me to sleep immediately. But he does a great work of keeping track and making sure that any little thing that affects our city is being caught on. And we've put together a dashboard for you to keep track of these bills as well, make sure you know what we're finding as a high priority, high impact, and we'll welcome you to keep track of that as well. For your purposes going into the legislative session, if you have any needs related to research, any questions about bills, what it could mean, the fiscal impacts and things like that, please don't hesitate to reach out to John directly. That is his role in this, is being a resource to you where you have questions and you don't have the time to figure out the background, any of that. If there's any actions that you need help with, you're more than welcome to pursue, obviously, and reach out to bill sponsors and things like that. But I will be at the Capitol for most of the legislative session, so if you need boots on the ground and meeting with people and getting action done, please don't hesitate to reach out to me and help make that happen. And of course, we also have our lobbyist, Dave Seward, who's already been fast at work on things specifically related to transportation. Just talked with him earlier today. He reached out to give an update on Mid-Valley Road. He's had conversations with Representative Schultz and Speaker Schultz and President Adams specifically on that, and with UDOT. And he says he's feeling positive about it and he's making traction with it. They're on the right path right now on getting that designated as a state road. That is a major first step to be able to get the first round of funding for that. So things are looking positive on that, and so we're just hoping to keep pushing that forward. But if you have any other questions about anything that you already know about, I'm happy to try and address some of those, but happy to also just talk with you after the fact throughout the session. You utilize myself and John, and we'll work together on getting things done for the city of Eagle Mountain. Any questions I could answer right now?
Just before you go, I want to, because I forget sometimes, and I'll let you guys pipe in too, but we had a very lengthy discussion with Senator Baldry the other day about what to watch and, you know, what's coming and energy code. Is there anything that the body and even the citizens might be of interest that you guys remember from that meeting? There was, it was a 2 or 3 hour meeting, and how do we give an update, right? But especially these guys weren't privy to that meeting, so I didn't know if there was anything.
I think Councilmember Clark shared with me a list of the bills that we looked at, and I think she shared it with you too, Evan. And did you get it, Mayor? I'm curious. If you did, it was buried in all those emails that you've been dealing with. So maybe, Councilmember Clark, you could send that to the other members of council, if that's okay. Yeah, let's do that. And basically, it's just a list of bills, both House and Senate bills that Senator Baldry thought we might be interested in, and those that she's at least seeing some potential impact for our area.
That's great. Yeah, and we've noticed that there are a lot of bills that are coming out that are going to have unintended consequences, I think, to what the original bill authors or sponsors were doing. And so some of those we may bring to your attention for support on maybe making some recommended changes to those. And so just understand if it comes through with a title that seems a little odd, that may not be relevant to the city, understand we're trying to catch those. There's some of those little things that that you wouldn't expect, you know, suddenly makes a big change on our city. So we're trying to stay on top of it.
Maybe I can ask a question. I asked this question the other day, and I don't know the answer to it. I know that Councilmember Burnham used to attend the LPC. Do we have a member of council that has that assignment currently?
I thought we assigned that, and other than just asking Craig, but I don't know that he understood that.
Yeah,
so
I'm not sure. And so, recognizing that they have those meetings on Monday at noon, and Councilmember Burnham's actually raising her hand. I don't know if we could let her tell us where that's at. I don't know. We need somebody there, and I'm assuming that we have, that you, Mr. Reeves, perhaps, or someone else is attending those remotely?
Yes, so those are on Mondays throughout the legislative session. They're on Mondays at the Senate building. I believe it's the second floor. When elected leaders are available and present and or participating virtually, which you can participate virtually, the elected leader is our voting member or voting members, because I think we have 3 votes. So we have 3 votes. If any of you can't attend, then by default, I become the voting member. And so if any of you can't make it, you know, we go down that path.
So does somebody want, because I'll certainly attend. I'll make time on Mondays at noon to, you can attend remotely, and I'm registered too. I mean, I just want to make sure that we have good representation there. I'm not sure that we're covered on that base yet. That's the reason I'm asking.
Mayor, are you able to go and attend? Sorry, are you able to go and attend? At least for the legislative session?
I just need to double check. I think there are some major meetings on Mondays that I am already assigned to. So yeah, it depends. I mean, remotely probably.
Do we need 3 people?
And I'm wondering
Well,
if,
there's usually a staff member and 2 elected.
and Evan's already there, so I thought that was one of them.
One can vote all 3 votes, just so you know.
Oh, okay.
Oh, that's even,
And most votes are unanimous. I mean, there's.
So we just need
either
one.
dissent.
Yeah, but
One of us to attend.
I mean, and I know Evan's watching that, but I think it's also helpful for the elected leaders to be aware of what's coming down the pipe. I find ULTC to be a really good resource for us to know, and those things are moving every day up there. I don't know who's taken that opportunity, but it's a real commitment. Councilmember Burnham is shaking her head, she knows. We've carried that load the last couple of years, and I just want to make sure that we have good representation there. I mean, grateful for what you're doing there, Evan. I just want to make sure that we have enough.
Absolutely.
In case you run into a problem, we'd be in real trouble, so.
And is that weekly? Every week?
Through the session.
Oh, okay. Oh, okay. I could probably help. Yeah. Oh, I've been up there.
do you want to do
Yeah,
that?
can you get me the dates?
I'll give you the information.
It's every Monday between now and like March 7th or 12th or.
Okay.
Till the end of the session, and it's every Monday, 12 o'clock. You have to go onto ULTC's website and register with your, I'm assuming you have a city council email.
I do now.
So you
As
have
of
to
today.
register with that email, and you just click register, and then they'll sign you up, and then you can either join remotely, or you can go up there in person, Zach, and I'll be glad to give you further
That'd be
information.
great. Thank you.
If I can make one last little update to the
Yeah,
count.
but before we move
Yeah.
on to that one, it's, as a matter of decorum, and I'm fine either way, but I'm happy to have former Councilmember Burnham come and help us, or do you think, it's, if you have some added clarity on that, I just wanted to make sure that the body's okay with that
Okay.
exception.
You're not going to get the agenda if you're not the registered person. There are 3 registered people. And so when you sign in as that registered person, and you get to vote. If somebody else comes for you, they have to say that they're your substitute. So that's how it works. So you want to appoint, and you need to notify them as the mayor, or maybe Ben can do it, but somebody needs to notify them of who those 3 people are. So other than that, everything else, yeah, you're good.
Okay, thank you for that insight. So as of right now, for sure, Evan is one of our people, and Brett, and, oh, I thought you said you wanted to be. But you volunteered to be.
I'm happy to do it, and if that's how we want to structure it, Councilmember Hewish and I can team up and work with you, Evan, on that. I mean, how do you feel about that, Ben?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, I don't want to exclude you from that, because I find you to be pretty valuable
You
up
can
there as a
exclude
resource.
me anytime you want. I
Thank
can
you.
still be there and participate, just not.
Okay, got it. Well, and that's how I'm signed up right now, so that's kind of the way I'm dealing with it now, so.
Okay, so from what I can understand right now, we've got Evan and Brett, and then possibly Zach is willing to do that, and it fits your schedule. Sorry, Councilmember Hewish. And you're back up on, okay. So let's register you 3, and then, and you just know that you guys have backup with, and I anticipate being there as much as I can, as you know, or online, but I'm still trying to get a hold of what we got going on elsewhere. So, one more item?
Yeah, I mean, just a quick update too. The council had requested that we of course share our message effectively with the legislature going into it, that we share our desperate needs in regards to housing, with transportation, infrastructure, water, and so forth. And that one of the ways that we'd communicate that is through some one-pagers that provide some very specific facts and statements on our positions with that. And so those one-pagers have been created, and we've had our first round of one-pagers already issued out to all the senators and the representatives at the state. And we also have print versions if you want access to any of those, but you should have digital versions of them. If you don't have them, let me know. We'll get those to you. That'll be an ongoing, consistent resource for us to be able to be on the same page on those different topics, so.
Mayor, can I ask one question? Is there a way that we could add a section of our website that is just like resources about Eagle Mountain, and we start kind of cataloging some of those things so that the one-pagers are there, and maybe some of the one-pagers about some of our economic development projects, just so that it's like one-stop shopping for when people are looking for prepped and authorized media about us, that it's just there. It would be super useful to me as a council member to know, okay, I gotta go to this part, and I've got everything that I could need there.
We have a lot of flexibility with our website to do whatever we'd like to do with that, so I'm happy to talk with you after and figure out what should be included on that.
Awesome.
As long as that's the will of the body.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Agreed.
So-
But I also think that we've talked about different like PSA type things, and I think there could be a lot of really cool stuff there to help our residents and people looking at Eagle Mountain.
Yeah, and I'm gonna share that, and Evan knows this, and of course, Ben's been in the meetings with me. Messaging has been important, and not that anybody thinks I'm a salesman in any way, but I pick up on the little things that others are queuing in. Maybe. And I found it very effective, some of the techniques that we've, you know, it's not uncommon that we're known as the fastest growing city. But when I say, but do you realize that means we're growing by nearly 500 residents a month? And I repeat that, 500 a month. That's almost 200 cars a month that we're putting. And when I start saying it like that, people are like, what? So that's the messaging that I've been sharing. And I think it's catching traction. So as we have that shared messaging and we can make sure that we promote that it really changes that, oh, you're the fastest growing city, neat, to we're so far behind. And so we can unify on some of that messaging too. Okay.
Great. I'll pass it back to John.
John.
Good evening, Council, Mayor. Now that you have a full complement of council members, I'm going to meet with the 2 new council members to go over the legislative priority list, have them score it, explain to them how it works, what all those things are. Next month, we're going to start. We're going to bring in one department from the council priority list, and we're going to bring in one department with the strategic plan, and have them give updates on those 2 things. I am working on a schedule. I am a little behind on that. There's a little over 500 bills already written. I've read them all. I'm trying to work through the white papers. We're tracking about 114 right now. So I will get that done. I'll meet with the new council members, and by the next meeting, we will start rolling on this new process of this council priority list and updates and the information required so you can make decisions going forward.
Thank you. And don't worry about rushing, because we've got like 12 extra meetings this month, and we're okay with doing it in February, so.
Yeah, and I knew being down a council member until it was appointment, I would be repeating myself when they came on board, so I was just waiting. So in February, we will hit the ground running.
Is there any other questions on the legislative priorities?
I actually, we had that little bit of a presentation about Justice Court, and I just want to make sure that we keep progressing forward with something so that we can discuss it as a body. Is it something that we're going to bring up and talk about at the retreat? Is it something that we can put on another agenda? Could we direct staff to help figure out costs of the different options he gave us? Like, the fact that he said it could take 1 year to 2 years to get it going freaks me out a little bit, so that's where I just don't want to sleep on this one.
I think there's no question that we need to continue to move maybe in that direction, but as we go through, I think some of that conversation will happen as we go through the budget process with Kimberly. I also think that our chief is going to have some things to help us. I'm going to say I don't think that we're ready, but like you say, there's a long process, and maybe if we understand the how, then it gives us at least a goal, right? So I think that it's not currently on, and I say that to say it's not currently on our retreat this time, but I think it will be incorporated in our budget and some of our asks and needs as we get into employment.
One of the most intriguing options that he presented to me was creating, what did he call it? A precinct with the county, because the county has already made some investments into Saratoga Springs with bringing health department and assessor and WIC and different things to Saratoga Springs. Like having a court up here that.
And a county connection.
Yeah, and a county connect, I mean, we're paying for the contract with our sheriff services. That one could be a low-cost, quick pivot for us if we can get the county on board with it. So, thank you.
I mean, it seems like the costs, those options should be analyzed just for the costs. I don't know how hard that would be to do so that we can start digesting that.
And then if we don't have enough money in the budget, we'll just have a bake sale.
Well, you're the baker. I hope you just volunteered yourself.
I think also if we want to do an interlocal with somebody, we need to see if they're willing, because I know that there was some trepidation about the Justice Court in Saratoga Springs. So we need to find out, are they staying?
I was gonna say, I think they'd rather us do it, and they could jump on our coattail. They hate it, from what I.
That's my understanding as well, but perhaps if it was a shared cost, it would be a lot less.
Well, I think
of an
if we
issue
got
for
the
'em.
county on board, right,
Yeah.
that's, now we've got a precinct, it's not the cities that are bearing that, it's more of a co-op, so I think there's some ideas that I do like.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, eventually it's an inevitability that we'll be moving down this path, so knowing the cost, can we share it? How can we kind of grow into one day having our own, court? That'll happen one day, but seems like a good step forward.
So anything else on our legislative priorities and items? We good? Okay, then we're gonna move on to item 16, and I'm gonna start with some, house cleaning items, I'm gonna call it, housekeep. The locals officials day is tomorrow, and so we needed to decide who's going. I think we're meeting here, whether we're taking the bus and things like that, right? We were talking about how that was gonna work out tomorrow, or are we meeting up there at a certain time?
So officially it starts at 8, but really it's 7:30 when they start having people arrive and all that kind of thing. So leaving here by 6:30, if not 6 o'clock timeframe, especially if we're going to take a bus, makes sense. There's, it's my understanding, 7 students plus an advisor, and they're looking to take the bus, so if anyone wants to go. Alternatively, I know sometimes driving on the bus isn't exactly fun, and being, and it's also it's also hard to park. And so if we have drivers, maybe we separate out the youth and we go in that direction. So how does council want to proceed?
Well, one thing I'd like to note is that bus that goes up there to the Capitol will be more full than any UTA bus has ever been in Eagle Mountain in the last 10 years, so.
And I think, Brett, you'd have to, sorry, Councilmember Wright, is it 6:15 is what they've,
Yeah, 6:15 is the time that the youth council is meeting. They're intending to meet just outside the library, right here at 6:15 at City Hall. So that would be fantastic. And Mayor, if I may, just kind of ask a couple of other questions about that liaison report. And you've got, I'll let you finish.
no, yeah, I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page with the locals officials day, and we have a driver for the bus, right? I can't remember who Evan, was it? I don't remember.
I think by default, it's going to fall to one of us if we're taking the bus.
Make the new guy do it, make the new guy do it.
The youth council for sure is
Yeah.
taking one bus, and I think,
Unless we all ride together,
Oh.
or unless we separate out and get into,
I just want to warn, if you get car sick, that thing moves, and Mac and I is a testimony of how bad it was the last time. I thought he was breathing out his ears the last time that we were doing that. I thought we were going to lose him.
well, we can separate the 8 out into other vehicles if we want to take personal vehicles.
I planned on driving myself, but I have room for other people if someone wants to drive with me.
That's my intent as well, so.
Parking is limited on that day up there too, because it's hard to find.
Is the lunch still over like at the Salt Palace like it's always been?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where we have our legislative update from Cameron Dill and the ULCT staff, correct? And that's at 10?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. And then after that, it's the lunch with our youth council and legislators.
okay, so I think what I'm gathering is the bus is leaving here at 6:15. If you want to get on it, get on it. If not, coordinate amongst your council members and just leave the youth council on the bus. I think that's what I'm gathering. I don't know that there's reason, at this point, I don't think we'll be able to arrange the carpools. So plan on them on the bus and we'll figure out how to get there. If you want to get on the bus, get on the bus, including staff.
Sounds good.
Okay.
Evan and I will have fun.
Okay, so the rest of the liaison reports, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Just the youth council's asked a couple of questions, and I just want to pose it to council. They have a dance coming up on February 6th. It's going to be at one of the LDS chapels in Silver Lake, and they want to know if they can get, if they can use the city's message board to kind of broadcast that. Any problems with that? Okay. Who do we get with to make sure that that goes out? That's, I guess, my
New
question.
communications
Oh,
manager.
excellent. Okay, Kyle, I hope your ears were perked up when I said that. Hope you were listening, okay? Okay, we'll get that, we'll get that figured out. That was one of their requests. And then, let's see. And then Lacey, they said that they thought that there were some applications for other youth council members that are in the recorder's office somewhere, but may have been during the transition there, that maybe they are not on the top of the shelf somewhere. So I don't know if you and I can get together and have a conversation about that, we'll figure that out.
Okay.
And then the other thing, Mayor, is this, that because they're not really organized, because they didn't hold a vote this year, their understanding is that they're kind of waiting for you to appoint, and I know you don't know this, so this is not a criticism of you in any way, but I think that they believe they're waiting for you to kind of interview and appoint a mayor and the council members for that youth council. And they've got several members that you should consider. So I just want to put that on your radar and offer whatever assistance you need me to give you there, okay? Thank you.
Any other liaison reports?
The American Legion is now meeting down in Saratoga Springs, and I've been in contact with some of the leadership for it, and there's not a whole ton to report right now.
Has there been any other meetings? Okay, I attended UFA this morning. Man, those guys start early. They get up early. And I went clear to Salt Lake. Yeah, well, yes.
That's because they're first responders, not second.
That's fighting words. But they're, yeah, I think, I'm just going to say that I had some great discussions, and I continue to shake things up with the boards that I sit on, with who's this new guy that's asking all these crazy questions, and why hasn't anybody ever asked him before? But in a good way, so it was fun. There are some boards and stuff up there, like the budgets and different things, that as we get going, I wanted to maybe have some discussions about the best way to handle those for our body, to represent our city. And of course, our fire chief was here tonight, and we anticipated talking, but we just haven't had time. So I'm trying to think if there's every other board that I've sat on, I think I've given updates, shy of not being able to get in touch with you two, but I can't think of anything off the top of my head to report, so, that I haven't already shared. So, any other reports? I think that's it on that. I don't know anything else on here, so I will entertain a motion. Oh, before you do, sorry. Do we need to, is there any other closed session items that we need to return to, or do you think, you believe so? Because if that's the case, then we leave this meeting open and we'll have to come back to adjourn. That's why I was asking. So if you want.
Do you think we need to deal with whatever that is today, or can it wait?
I think it can wait personally, but it's up to the body.
I can only tell by your raised eyebrows what it could possibly be. So.
I'm happy to have a conversation, but I think that, I think we've covered, as Marcus has said, I don't think there's anything else that we need to go over that we haven't already discussed. So, unless there's something you guys, okay, has to pertain to those items. So, okay, then I will entertain a motion.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilmember Clark and a second by Councilmember Hewish, and all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? That passes. And we are adjourned at 9:36.